Oh, wow. All right, cool. What's good? Hi. AHM1K here. I'm going to be doing some animating live. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing a cool one today. Not a necessarily like the most action-packed scene necessarily, but it's important. It is a scene for my big feature-length stop-motion film, Stratosphere. Doing just a little itty bitty part of it. Let me pull up the script here because naturally I went in completely unprepared as I normally do. Okay, where am I in the script here? Maybe if I could stop being blind for a second. Oh, there it is. Okay. 6-gun, strafe, top spin, scatter shot, nose cone, light speed, sky trim, and afterburner. Gosh, dang, that's a lot of characters. Okay. Cool. Hi. Hello, everyone. What's going on? Gonna be doing some stop motion filming and some set building, so that'll be, it is what it is. We're gonna be doing it a little bit over there. I'll adjust the camera when the time comes for that. For now, hi. I didn't prepare at all. That's pretty typical. I am immediately regretting that. That's also pretty typical. Just saw this question pop up. Do you plan to use Studio Series 86 Jazz? No, I'm not going to get it. I don't want it. Maybe if someone were to give it to me, maybe I'd use it, but I don't want to get it. I'm content with the Power of the Primes one. I don't want another Jazz when I'm content with that one. I am one of those, I guess, one of those people where if I'm content with one version, I don't need another version. Do I have some Studio Series? Some. Not many, though. I'm going to be selling off a lot of what Studio Series I do have, which isn't much. I was into it at first, and then I kept getting nothing but defective ones, and it was just, no. I don't like Studio Series. So what little I do have, that's going to go out the window here real soon. Yeah, I'd be listing it on eBay now. Link in the description below for those interested. But I've packed most of it up. Alas, actually, I can show you a little preview. I am moving soon. That's most of my collection right there. Actually, it's almost all of it. There's only a little bit that's not packed up in one of them boxes. That's going to go in a bigger box. We're going to go over there in a second. It's going to be a lot of fun. What's up, Ultra Marcus? Yeah, getting defective copies is very annoying. Yep, it became so common for me that I just decided, you know what? Studio Series ain't worth it. I hate it. Hello, Jacob Plotz. Just in advance, I butcher pronunciations like nobody's business, so I apologize if at some point I butcher pronunciation. Just bear with me here. I am, in fact, not too good at this. And I'm also not too good at following along with the live chat, so there's that one too. Oh, hello, Prince Productions. All right, so like I was saying, I'm going to do a little bit of a set build up here. I'll turn the camera that way. Actually, here, challenge accepted. Like to see you butcher my name. I'm trying too hard with this one. Laurie Artie's Producciones. I'm trying too hard. Damn it. You win. I can't beat that one, actually. I can't beat that one at all. It's too easy to pronounce. It's too easy. Laurie Artie's Productions. No. I'm trying too hard. Do you know D. Bart? No, I do not know D. Bart. Who is D. Bart? I don't know a lot of people. Just a heads up. I'm Doliner. I like it. I like it a lot. It's funny. All right, yeah. I'm losing my train of thought. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Set building. Let's adjust camera. Now that I got all that set up and made sure everything works, let's see if it'll work over here. Oh yeah. No. There we go. All right, now let's see if that works. So, the scene we are going to be working a little on today, tonight, this evening, or morning, I don't know wherever it is, whatever time zone or whatever time you happen to be watching this, the scene we're going to be working on is based in the Autobot base. And it's, well, to be honest, it's not going to be too difficult of a shoot, so I'm definitely liking that. I didn't do any prep, so I'm completely disorganized and scatterbrained too, so all the makings of a wonderful shoot. There. What's this? Favorite figure of 2020? No. I don't like 2020. Or let me rephrase. I don't. Favorite figure of 2020? Oh, that's like acknowledging 2020 happened, and I don't want to do that. But at the same time, I don't know. I didn't get a lot of new stuff from 2020. I got a lot of older stuff. I don't know. That's a good question. I'll think about that. Do you think Sideswipe will return in the Transformers films? I don't know. Maybe. What do I think of Kingdom Galvatron? I don't think anything of it. It's just another Galvatron figure. I won't get it. I need to stop buying toys. At least expensive toys. Or toys I don't need. Like a Galvatron. Because I've got one. And I'm content with it. Where are my 4 pieces? Wait a second. I don't think this is actually on. I don't think this is in the set. I think I'm setting up the wrong set. Oh, right set, wrong scene. There we go. Okay. I was getting ready to film the wrong thing. That would have been frustrating. Alright. So I am not filming the scene with a lot of characters. It turns out I've already filmed the scene. The scene with a lot of characters. I need to film the scene with less characters because that's the one I haven't done. Naturally, that meant I was going to go do the one with all the characters. Again. Because I like redoing my work. I love it. Alright. Here's what having some. Oh, that's blue tech, that's right. Yeah, it's going in the back. Need a box. Need a box. There we go. Get a box. The wonders of set design, folks. The parts you don't see in the video making process are the parts that. Oh, no. They're the parts that give me the most frustration. Oh, damn it. Shit. Don't you dare. There we go. Cool. Now we gotta set up the teletrain one. There we go. No. Teletrain 1 online. And the character we need is, well, let's see. Who do I hate more, Skids or Mudflap? Both? Yep, definitely both. Yep. Okay, got him. And grabbing the jazz. Need some more background characters, too. We need some background folks. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Well, I left you out on purpose and didn't pack you up for this exact reason. So we'll use you. And you. A little more all of Cybertron themed characters. Some more characters. Any figures I've gotten lately? No. How many more episodes left for United? Just one, actually. That one is going to take a long time, and then it also doesn't help that most of what I need is packed, so maybe a minute. Again, we'll see. Episode 7 of Season 3 will come out 1.5 years from now. That's how it goes, right? This is the scene I think it is. No. Nope. Perfect. Okay, it's just these characters then. Perfect. All right. So let's turn on the side lights. Front lights. Get a test shot, see if it's going to be too bright. There. All right, now let's click on these lights. No, do not flicker on me. Red. place. Ooh, that's some nice crisp ass lighting. And then I just turned it off. Awesome. Red, 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 red. No. Red. Perfect. Gotta love it. It's also getting really hot in here already. Let's get the AC going. Awesome. Things are going well. What do I use to make green screen sets? A green screen. No, do you mean like the actual backdrops? I use 3D models. Do I like Bumblebee? No. Absolutely new. New. The movie or the character? Not really either. Singular Space Godzilla. What is your favorite Defensor combiner team? Oh, what is your favorite of the Defensor combiner team? I was going to say, what is my favorite Defensor combiner team? I suppose it would have to be Defensor, but favorite of probably Hotspot because he's the boss. I don't really care too much for any of the Protectobots, so I don't care. Can you react to Transformers Project? What is Project Nemesis? Whoops. There's the one I was looking for. Why not? You're asking about, do I like Bumblebee? Why not? Oh, because everyone else does. So I don't like things that everyone else likes. I'm just special that way. Project Nemesis was created by Mark Creation Studios. Oh, I think I was in Project Nemesis. I think I was in that. I don't remember. Pretty sure I was in it. I don't remember what I've done voiceover for anymore. That's why I have a playlist on my channel, so that way if people remind me what I'm in, then I'll go back and I'll actually be able to see them and then kind of share it, like give everyone else hey, check out this work I was in. But most of the time I don't remember what I've been in because I'm just so scattered all the time. Come on. Stay. Do you mind if I use some voicing from your stop motion? What do you mean? Like ripping clips from my video? That one, if that's the case, that's a no-go there. I'm not. I do mind on that one. I've seen too many people take my videos and then just kind of without permit. I appreciate you asking. If that's what you're asking, I appreciate you asking. But I would prefer that would be a no, please. I do appreciate you asking, though. I really actually appreciate the ask, though. Thank you. Just goes to show, take it as a lesson. Please don't steal other people's works, folks. This happens to me a lot, actually. Because my channel has passed that 10,000 subscriber mark. I get this thing. It's a feature. It's called the I don't know. It used to be only available for 10,000 subscribers and up, but maybe more people have it now. It's the feature that allows you to see. It's called the copyright feature, right? It just allows you to see who's basically re-uploading your videos and how much of it they're using. I was very shocked to see how many of my videos were stolen the first time I saw it. And then like how much of them were using it and then how much they were able to get from it. It was very alarming, I will say that much. And the copyright system YouTube has is not too great, apparently, too, because they don't really help all so much. It was basically like their solution to people taking videos was just kind of like, oh, well, you can have a removal request, but also at the same time, if we decide, you know what, we feel your claim isn't really all that strong or good, or we just decide, you know what, screw you, we don't want to deal with it, it counts as a strike against your own channel. So then, it's just kind of like at that point, it's like, well, so because I don't necessarily own Transformers, it's not my content to copyright, it's a stupid YouTube video, it's kind of like, oh, well, am I risking getting a copyright strike or a strike on my own channel because I wanted to stop someone from stealing my video and getting hundreds of shit, like someone, I won't say who, but someone ended up re-uploading a Life of Prime episode that I did sometime back. And, it's like, okay, well, thank you for liking the Life of Prime, but please, why'd you steal my video? It's just not cool. The video ended up actually getting something like 60,000 views, and they had a lot on their they had a lot of subscribers on their channel. I wasn't credited anywhere in that. I didn't even give them permission to do that, but lucky me, their video or their upload of it did better than mine. So I thought that was frustrating in the sense it's like, wow, congratulations. You not only stole my video, but at the same time, you ended up getting more from it than I did. Most of my Life of Prime videos get like 2,000 views max, and his upload of it got 60,000. So I was like, oh shit, this is going to be a problem. It's the one time the YouTube copyright system has actually worked in my favor. Only just because of the upload dates. Because I'm pretty sure if this guy had filed a claim on me, he would have won just by the sheer view count. And the watch time his upload of the video was getting, when in reality, I made the fucking video. I hate YouTube. Oh, how's Hank doing? Hank is doing great. He's a good boy. He's growing too. He's growing up real big. Would you rather marry RC or Alita 1? Neither. I am quite content not marrying either one of them. I'm No, just no. No. Where did I put jazz? Oh, right in front of me. That's what I was looking for. You know what? Let's put jazz. It's a little darker over here, so kind of like that. A little better. Needs a little more zoom. Let's get a little closer up. This jazz figure is also really kind of a bitch to work with because it's so damn loose. It's old. All right, we can work with that. Yeah, it's gotta be even. Much better. Much better. Come on. Don't give up. Nope. Don't even think. Nope. This is the fun game playing with this jazz. It wants to fall over and make me start over. I refuse. No. Ooh. Okay, I actually end up touching the arm back. Anyways. Focus. Click. Okay. Ooh, no. Come on. No. Oh. Oh, no, bitch. There we go. No. Oh. No. No. Talk to it like damn dog over here. Like, no, bad. No. God. I think I can photo match that. I'm pretty sure I can. Okay, so I'm not going to say this is a skill necessarily, but because I've always worked with, I don't have an app for filming, I've always just eyeballed it. I have mastered the ability to be able to kind of like, when a figure falls down, be able to eyeball it and put it fairly close, if not right on, to where it should be in the next picture. So you can't even tell that he fell over right there. No joke, actually. Just looks like the next step. No. Ooh, shit. Isn't this exciting? All these stop motion pictures being taken. I should pull up the live chat on my phone so I can actually see what y'all are saying. That's actually not a bad idea. All right, there we go. Let's check the live chat now that I can actually see it. Mark this on the script. All right. Are you making a new stop motion? Yes. This is just one I've been working on for a while, but here we go. Here we are doing it now still. Epsilon A1, howdy howdy. It's K9, boop. Would you kill Ratchet or Red Alert? Red Alert, because I don't care about the Protectobots. It's amazing. Recently purchased Planet X Prime for animating. How is he? I like that one for a second. How is Planet X Prime for animating? He's really good in the sense he doesn't tip over as easy. As well, I mean, you can't really see it right now because Prime's kind of in the way there, but with the Jazz I've been trying to animate right there, having him do a walk cycle, working with Prime is so much better. He's a big posable brick that really has a hard time falling over. It's nice. Figure stand up level and make a stop motion. Don't worry about the views. You're doing great. Thank you. I do kind of worry about the views though, because I use my channel for video marketing as like a supplement to the resume. So when views aren't doing good and the channel growth isn't so good, then it doesn't really look so good on my resume. So I do worry about that a little bit. And then when people steal my videos and then them stealing my videos do a little better than mine, that just irks me the wrong way. So I appreciate it though. Thank you. Woot, homemade onion skinning talent. Hell yeah. Yeah. Raptors, red alert. Screwed him over badly. And well, WFC did the right thing because War for Cybertron can do no wrong. Let's get to. All right, yeah. here. I really didn't think this through too much. Because when you storyboard and plan all these shots out, there's one thing you don't account for, and that's the posability of the actual figure itself. I completely forgot. Follow Cybertron Jazz cannot look up. So he's always looking just straight into Optimus Prime's gut right here. That's not going to work. What am I going to do? I got to deviate from the plan. Let's go. Ooh, actually. Let's first not knock over the light. That would be nice. Yeah, that's good. This could work. Nope. Yeah, actually, I is a big fan. Let's use some glue tack to hold this light in place. Yes. Lighting test. Not heinous. I like it. What is it called, or is it a surprise? Are you talking about the video? The video's in the title here. It's Stratosphere. The short film that I've been working on. Oh yeah, primetime animations. I ran into that problem so much with my films. LOL, my storyboards never turn out exactly right. I always overestimate figures. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's little things too, like Jazz not being able to actually look up. So an over-the-shoulder shot always complements the fact that you can't do exactly what you had hoped for originally. That's actually usually one of my go-tos. If I find a figure can't exactly pose the way I had intended it, I usually do something like this where it'll be a over-the-shoulder shot, or you'll just hear them kind of narrating over something. Maybe they'll let's just say like Optimus Prime. If it were Jazz here, and it wasn't in the situation where it was, maybe I just do a hard shot or a hard cut to say the computer here, and then while Jazz is narrating, I'd do something with the computer so that it's just Jazz narrating over what's on screen rather than focus on the fact that Jazz cannot actually look up. Perfect. That was. Why is my speaker going out? Pop. Pop off. Let me check my speaker real quick. That's not good. Oh, hello.
What is up, Kyle, man?
How's it going?
I don't know. I think there's a
the speaker. I got a new chair back here, and it's got a speaker built into the back of it, and it pops when like at weird times. So I was like, "Oh shit!" There it popped. I bet someone joined right then because then I wouldn't hear it.
I think there's a way like you can kind of move me around so like your screen is larger, but like I'm off on the left, or just maybe put yourself on the big screen or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, something like that. There you go.
Yeah. No, I haven't been focusing on StreamYard. I have my script up right here.
Oh, sweet.
That would be exactly why I'm missing most of the comments a lot of the time too. My phone is very delayed.
See, I'll keep them because it's funny. You and I both have like that same curved monitor, so I'll put that. I'll bring up the actual StreamYard on my phone because it's so much easier to use. But if I'm streaming, I'll do it from a laptop. But I'll put the chat up on the big screen on the monitor and just blow that up super huge so I can look at it.
Yeah. Actually, I forget I have this webcam. I can actually just show it. Woo! Don't get motion sick. Yeah, this is a nice chair, and it's surprisingly it came from Walmart.
Sweet. Yeah, that's like one of those gaming chairs that like everybody's using.
Exactly.
I didn't know it had speakers in it. That's cool.
Walmart chair. I don't have to go and pay like whatchamacallit, like Staples or Best Buy prices or something like that. And I got this nice speaker back here that likes to go out constantly, but it's also got like a Bluetooth hookup, but I don't know how to use that, so I'm just not going to.
Yeah, I think the Bluetooth works really well if you are using like, I don't know if you're like using like the Bluetooth Wi-Fi or kind of like the surround sound stuff, things like that, so that we can get even more totally crazy with it.
Yeah, that's what I had guessed that, and there's an instruction book on how to use it. I'm like, I just want to hook it up to my PC, so I'm just running I had to like kind of jank it a little bit and make a bunch of chords that somehow didn't mean to go to work like that, make them work like that. Oh god, I love fucking jank. Anyone else what is this one? Anyone else consider Shockwave and Soundwave brothers, or is that just me?
I've always thought they would make good brothers.
All right, so then just for the sake of being different, I'm going to say no.
Well, what's funny is, so like the Siege show or the War for Cybertron trilogy, they made his Soundwave's eyes yellow instead of the normal red that he's always been. And in this case, I mean, like in G1 he was red, right? Had a red visor because that red visor or red eyes, that meant you were a Decepticon. But there's exceptions to that rule. Like Thrust has yellow eyes, and on the flip side of that, like Shockwave has a yellow eye, and he's always had a yellow eye, except for Fall of Cybertron where they gave him a pink eye because, like, hey, he's got a lot of energy or whatever, or energon or something like that. Yeah, right? He's only got the one pink eye. So I don't know. I think they kind of hint on that, but they don't ever elaborate on that. But if that's the case, and it's like, okay, so look at this show, right? Did Shockwave experiment on his brother Soundwave to create Sound Blaster as a clone? So that's kind of like you experimented. So Soundwave, Shockwave's little brother. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sound Blaster was a clone.
Mm-hmm. And one of Shockwave's experiments, they even said so.
I forgot about that. I completely just forgot about Sound Blaster altogether. There's a lot from the whole Siege series that I just kind of just in one ear
They
out
just
the other.
they just didn't have enough episodes. Even if they had the 10 episodes like every season that they really wanted, they still wouldn't have been able to do it all. Like there's so many different storylines. I was watching Earthrise, just the first 3 episodes today, and I was like, man, there's so many plot points that aren't like they're not sticking, they're not making any sense because they can't elaborate on them, and they won't elaborate on them later because they had so few episodes.
Yeah, I mean, like that is like one of the big downfalls of this whole like Netflix Transformers experiment they're kind of doing. It's just that they're not giving enough episode time to actually elaborate any further. And then the episodes are only like half an hour, so they really couldn't anyways.
Right?
It's like,
But
sorry,
at least
Netflix, you can make every other project you do an hour-long episode, but something that actually requires a lot more explanation. Man, 20 minutes, that's pushing it.
well, at least they made them that long, like a normal kind of episode that could go on TV. I mean, that's a good thing because Cyberverse they were like less than 10 minutes because nobody could hold an attention span because like kids can't hold an attention span, so they got to give them a 10-minute episode. But I think an hour would have helped out. But man, it's just the animation is just what costs so much, and a lot of people make a big deal about Bug Bite, right?
Yeah.
Like he just has a wheeljack head, but the toy doesn't. Well, that's Jason DeSanto, who was kind of the showrunner. He was explaining that when they would talk to Polygon Pictures about the models, they're saying, "Hey, we have this toy. Can't you just change the head?" And they're like, "Yeah, we can change it, but it's going to cost you like the same amount it took to make the whole model." And we're like, "Well, the only thing that's different on it is the head. You can't just pick the body from Wheeljack and swap out a head. No, it's going to cost you the whole another model. Because that's how like they were working with that. And they were like, well, okay, then never mind. Okay, fine, recolor his head or something. And that they could do. They could. That's why there's so many seekers everywhere, right?
Yeah.
But that's the stuff that they ran into problems with budget and everything, and they were using the Netflix budget, so they weren't using like Hasbro's AllSpark Studio budget or none of that, right? Because they weren't sure how this show was going to do. But yeah, it sucks, and I don't know. Like people were just like, why didn't they have Peter Cullen? Why didn't they have Frank Welker? Well, they could have had. Hasbro said, okay, so Rooster Teeth doesn't want to get him because they want to use their people or they want to use non-union workers. Okay, fine. We'll go ahead and foot the bill for Peter Cullen and Frank Welker, and we'll get them in. They could have done something like that. They didn't because, again, that's putting money into a show they're not sure is going to make a lot of money.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I understand that completely. I kind of laugh at a lot of people, not to be mean or whatnot, but when people are like, "Oh, why did they do this? Because the fans would love it." And it's like, well, the fans would love it, but producers aren't going to line their pockets with that one. That's just more losing money.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, no sensible person would just throw money blindly into something knowing it's just going to be nothing. There's going to be no payoff for them. Because the people who are also producing this, they aren't necessarily fans. Necessarily, they don't have to be.
Some of the voice actors are fans, which was kind of surprising. That's really crazy they are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it is kind of true. Some of the toy designers, those are fans, and that's a rare thing. But yeah, if you look at like the whole hierarchy of everything, like there's probably no Transformer fans at Netflix. Like it's kind of a niche kind of market in a way. But they're probably like, oh, you're gonna make another Cyberverse season? Oh, what's this? War for Cybertron? What is this? It's gonna be dark. It's not for kids. We'll give you this much budget. It's kind of like that kind of deal.
Yeah, exactly.
And Jay Scruffilio, I don't know how you say his name, but Jay Scruffilio Studio says, I feel like it would have been better if they had used hand-drawn animation instead of CGI. Absolutely. Have you ever watched any Gundam Unicorn or anything like that? Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn?
I have not actually.
So that has a blend of both animation, like hand-drawn animation, or digital, really in a way, and then CGI for certain bits. And I
Yeah.
think that would have worked really well for a War for Cybertron kind of, trilogy like kind of style. I think that would have looked really, really good. So if anybody out there, look at Gundam Unicorn, go look at that. Don't look at the Gundam the Origin. That's not what I'm talking about. Gundam Unicorn, look at that. It's kind of an older series, but that's Sunrise that makes a lot of the Gundam stuff, and that would have been a cool kind of mixture of that studio with them. I mean, Polygon makes great stuff. I'm not hating on Polygon, but it's like the cell animation is what's going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think though at the same time, them going the CGI route has been the best thing about this whole War for Cybertron trilogy they've been doing, because I don't know, Hunter and I were joking around and we're like sitting there like, man, this show is great if you don't turn on the volume.
Right, it looks beautiful. It really does.
Exactly. So I sit there like, oh wow, look at the action. Then I see them talking for a while, like, uh-oh.
But like, I can't listen to this show.
Exactly. But you sit there without the volume and you see them talking like, oh wow, look at the background there.
That's why it's funny that like
the environment of the background that you miss
when you're
listening to it. Like I did go through and watch like an episode with no volume, just watched it. Holy cow, it made it like 1,000 times better.
Yeah, I was watching it on the monitor, and I guess I'd watched it on the TV, and I hadn't watched it on my monitor on my computer yet. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting here watching it, and I'm just like, this looks beautiful. Like, I don't remember this looking good the first couple of times I watched it. But it's because it's on the TV, right? It's huge, and you're kind of far away a little bit. But on the computer monitor, you're not, and you're just sitting there. And I was pausing stuff and looking at the, like the detail they put in it, the ZBrush, and I mean, it's just it is pretty gorgeous looking, and it's a far cry from the Prime Wars trilogy. Like, I thought it looked the same when they first had the trailer come out. And I was like, oh man, they're just using the Prime Wars trilogy animation. But really, if you really compare the two, this is head and tails of both.
I had that same thing. I saw that and I was like, oh great, it's the Prime Wars all over again. Well, looks like I'm skipping this trilogy again. I admittedly I did that with the Prime Wars trilogy. I didn't watch it till all of a sudden Rooster Teeth was like, hey, we're gonna take it off. I'm like, oh shit, maybe I gotta go watch it.
Right. Yeah, now I think it's kind of funny. Like, I'm surprised it's not out there more often. I think, what was it, AT&T bought Machinima. So technically, if you were to upload the Machinima series, the AT&T would come out after you for copyright. But I'm surprised more people aren't uploading more because, I mean, one, it was terrible, right? But you can at least rewrite it. Like, somebody could dub over it. That's why they're doing it so much with Siege and Earthrise, because there's so many fan dubs out there that are like taking clips and just making them way better.
Yeah. Well, actually, I do know someone that was doing a Prime Wars trilogy dub. I don't know whatever came of it, but I turned it. I was involved in the writing a little bit, and I think he wanted to make it a little serious, and I turned it into a dumbass comedy.
Well, I mean, there are some pretty weird moments, like when the Dinobots are walking around like zombies as the Volcanicus. Like, that's a little weird. Like, I don't know how you can make that. I don't know how you can write that better.
I don't know, but like he hadn't gotten through like the first like episode or two last I checked, but like it was just supposed to be like a regular, probably tough sounding Menasor, and I was like, nah, he's gonna be sexually ambiguous Menasor because that would be funny.
What's hilarious is like the Megatron, because the Megatron in that series is the same Megatron we got in Siege and Earthrise, right?
Yeah.
But he did a better job in Prime Wars than he's doing here. What happened? Like, so really? You gotta blame the voice.
I thought he sounded better in the War for Cybertron than he did in Prime Wars.
Oh yeah. Well, but see, okay, so when Galvatron was in there, right? I thought, because I've watched Beast Wars and I love Beast Wars, and I didn't like it when it first came out, but I love it. I love it after the fact.
Same.
and he sounded right. He sounded like Rhinox. The Galvatron sounded like the Rhinox voice actor, and I was like, "Wow, they got Rhinox to get in here." And then I find out it's the same guy that does the Megatron voice. He just did a different voice, and I was like, well, "Why didn't he do that one for Megatron?"
Because he's probably going to save it for Rhinox or Galvatron.
Maybe. So
I
it was very
don't know how
funny.
Unicron's gonna fit in Kingdom, because you see on like all the box art, hey look, there's Unicron. I'm like, are they just gonna shoehorn him in again, or is he actually gonna have a part?
I have a feeling that all we saw of Unicron is all we're gonna get.
See, that's what I think too, and like then I'm thinking like, oh wow, this whole like the HasLab Siege Unicron, it was all for that. That's a
Yeah, but
$600 expense for that, what, 30 seconds maybe.
true, but it's been, like it's funded for a different reason, and they've made their money on it. So, so they really don't have to promote it anymore.
It looks good, but $600? Really?
I would look at it as so when the Armada Unicron came out, I was like, wow, that's awesome. That is amazing. I never thought they would make that. I couldn't afford it because it was like $80 or something crazy in store. Like that's how much Titan, technically Supreme class, I guess it was called. But like, well, I guess it wouldn't be a Titan, it'd be a Commander class. But anyway, but it was like $80, and I was like, that's a lot of money for a Transformer. I'd never spent that much at that time, right? So like, I was able to get, like later on, like in the aftermarket, and then over time I was like, I don't like this Unicron. This Unicron is dumb. Like it's not even a globe.
Exactly.
So like I was like, I'm gonna make the 1986 Unicron. So like I ended up getting some parts and stuff to try to do that. But then I was like, you know what, that's too much trouble. So really all I did was change the red eyes that he has. I changed those to green so they would flash green when you press the button. And what's crazy is I had to go, this is back when like Radio Shack was still around, right? So I could go grab like some LEDs, and I had to unsolder the old ones, and they were red LEDs inside, and solder in green ones. I was just like, well, I thought his lenses, the lenses were green, right? Or red or something, but they weren't. They're clear, like on that Unicron. I was like, that's the weirdest thing that they're clear. So and I hadn't discovered translucent paint, otherwise I probably would have used that. But you can't have a red LED shining through green; it won't look right. So
I mean, you could and get the vague idea that Christmas is going on, but
exactly, yeah, Christmas in Unicron's head.
It's like Christmas in July, but year round in his brain.
Scourge and Cyclonus go in there to figure out what happened to Galvatron. They're like, what is going on in here?
They just step inside, it's snowing, and everyone's listening through, like, dashing through the snow.
It'd be craziness.
Or, I mean, Jingle Bells, not dashing through the snow. I'm an idiot. I need to get fucking smart with Christmas stuff.
Well, so the Zeta one, so the HasLab one came out, right? We didn't know anything about Zeta at the time. So the HasLab one came out, and I was like, oh, this is going to be awesome. It's huge. Yes, there's kibble, but I had always said, and people were like, oh, you don't know that? I was like, dude, if you've worked with Transformers or customizing, you know you're going to be able to take off all that kibble. And look what they're doing now. They're taking off all the kibble. So, but I will say, do what?
But the kibble, though.
Yeah, right. So so then Zeta, comes out, and they kind of, step on their own dick, right? And Hasbro like comes out and says, look, they go to like BBTS, they go to like Kapow Toys or whoever was going to carry it, right? They go straight to the retailers, and they say, you're not going to be able to carry our products anymore if you carry this product. And they were like, what? So they're like, okay, we're not carrying the Zeta Unicron, right? So that's how they did that, which was kind of interesting because they could step on them. But the problem is with copyright and trademark and all that stuff, if they were to go after them, and they're in China, right? All the third parties are mostly in China. Mm-hmm. If they go after them on something like that and they lose, that's a huge loss because then the floodgates are open, right?
I
And
know
China
it's
doesn't care.
really dangerous precedents for them.
And China doesn't care about any of that stuff anyway. They only care about it when Disney's involved, but they don't care about it if any other company is involved.
Oh, I mean, Disney already kowtows to them enough, so they're like, "Oh, we'll respect Disney on the copyright stuff, but fuck you, Hasbro."
Right. So I don't know. I mean,
Lego with that too. Like, I see a lot of like copyright Lego, basically. Hell, it's actually got a couple sets, like a couple of them now that go for like $1,500 for just a simple Lego set, and you're like, "Oh shit, that's."
Yeah, I don't know why they're charging so much for their brand name, but it's like I've looked back at that case, and I think it was like the early '90s or something like that, and they really Lego screwed up. Like when they brought that lawsuit on, it was the right lawsuit, but they argued it incorrectly, and it made it really easy for them to come back. Well, you can't copyright or patent, like a square and a triangle in a whatever shape, right? Like Lego should have known that going in.
Yeah.
And that's what really sucks. That's kind of like the dangerous precedent, right? So when Lego got screwed over, then it's like, okay, no other toy company wants to get involved in that. Right? Hey, Lockbot. Hey, yeah. Lockbot has no icon.
Sorry, I'm on my phone, and it makes it really hard to put an icon on.
You are a naked StreamYard user. That's what you are, with no icon.
Cover me up. I'm indecent.
How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing good. Still can't walk, but making it.
Right? Rolling out every chance you get, right?
I say it often. Like if we're in a store or something, I turn to Bree and I'm like, Autobots roll out. We just start moving.
So. That's what I told my girl. I was just like, Lockbot's gonna totally be saying Autobots roll out
all the time.
She said to me, "He's like, well, that would be the same thing you would do, so of course he's going to do that."
Literally, Bree just laughed. She knew what she was getting into.
She's sitting there like, "Dear God, I hate Transformers now."
No, she loves Transformers.
Well, by the end of your handicap, she's gonna hate Transformers.
Yeah, I've been listening a little bit to your podcast, man. That's a really cool thing you got with your friend.
Oh, you like that? Yeah, it was his idea, and I was kind of skeptical at first, but I'm really having a good time doing it. So we're on Spotify now, and so we're like legit.
Oh yeah, give your podcast here a shout out.
Okay, so my podcast, it's me and a friend from school, and we talk about a bunch of stuff, and it's really funny. And it's called Sheer and Utter Nonsense, and you can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Spotify. Pretty soon we'll be on Apple Podcasts too, but we're not up there just yet. But we are on Spotify, so you can find us there. It's on Google Podcasts as well, but it's called Sheer and Utter Nonsense. And there's 4 episodes out right now, and the 5th one comes out tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Central. So it's gonna be it's been fun. I really enjoyed it.
Cool.
Like, how much does it cost to actually get onto Spotify, or is that free?
So the way we're doing it is free. It's through a website called Anchor, and you upload your audio there, and it distributes it everywhere. So, yeah, it's been really cool.
Yeah, Anchor.fm, like Anchor is really cool to use. I haven't really figured out how I want to use it, but there's so many of my friends that use it, and it just puts it out everywhere. And there's like ones, I think, like some people use Podbean, but you got to pay for Podbean, and there's only so much storage space. But I think Anchor's probably the better way on a budget.
So far, I've really enjoyed it. It's been really easy, and I'm a big fan.
That actually sounds really cool. I would love to have a podcast, especially if it ended up on like that, like Spotify or Apple Play or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was actually kind of surreal. I was at work and I was testing out Spotify, and I was listening to an episode, and I looked down at my Apple Watch and it says Sheer and Utter Nonsense on Spotify by Cody and Hunter, and I'm like, I'm on my Apple Watch. It was so cool.
Yeah, I think it's iTunes is like the I don't know much. I kind of know a little bit about Spotify. I guess I don't really know too much about it, but I think like the majority of the audience is on iTunes. Is that what I'm understanding? Kind of what you found out?
And the Apple Podcast is pretty big, but we'll be on there eventually. Anchor will distribute Apple Podcasts. It just takes a little bit longer to get through their system, I think.
Yeah, I wonder why. Are they listening to? They don't have somebody listening to it. See if it's content. Like
I think
there's so many that are on iTunes that are terrible. Like I mean,
yeah. So
they're I mean, even the content that they put on there, like it's definitely not for everyone to listen to, kind of thing.
Yeah. So
you know what I mean.
I don't know why it takes so long, but I would assume it's just because Apple takes forever. But the good news is it'll be on there eventually.
It'll be on there eventually, man.
Yeah. So it's been fun. I'm really glad. I'm really glad that I got asked to do it. So he edits the audio, and I edit the video and get it uploaded. So it's a pretty good workload split.
Yeah, I listen to it on YouTube because it's just easier for me to listen to podcasts on there. I know I don't really comment very often, but I also don't. I know it has that YouTube podcasts tend to have a lower view rate, but that's mainly because people are just listening to them. They're not really, they have so many other outlets. I mean, I don't know anybody who's like, I listen to YouTube, I listen to you on Spotify, and I listen to like they don't all listen to the same episodes, right? So it's all different audiences.
Right. So the more places we are, I guess the better off we are. So I'm not. I thought YouTube was a good place to start, and then like by episode 2, we had people asking us to put it on Spotify. And the reason we didn't start out that way is because we're like, that's going to be a lot of effort. It's probably going to be a lot of money. Let's see if it gets any traction first, and then we'll look about putting it on other platforms. And almost immediately, the people who were listening to it were like, put it on Spotify. And I was like, okay, this happened a lot quicker than I thought it would.
That's cool.
So, but yeah,
I wonder if it's just because they can stick you on the follow, right? And then that way, whenever you make a new episode, it pops up and boom, they're ready. Rather than having to load up their YouTube and
another thing is like you can listen to Spotify in the background, so you don't have to stop it every time you want to do something else on your phone.
That's true. That's how Podbean works too. So that's also true.
But whatever the reason, we're on there now.
Sweet. Hey, Kyle, we can't see anything that you're doing, right?
That's because I turned the camera off.
Oh.
Done editing.
This is no longer animating.
The animating is over. It turns out I can't go any forward. I packed up a bunch of the figures I needed.
Oh,
damn it, I did it again.
I heard you guys talking about HasLab Unicron. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that I had recently watched the Victorion episode of Transformers United. And I was just like, man, like I really like that is so crazy that because I was just I've been thinking about that figure lately, and I was just like, I wish I'd gotten it. I go look on eBay and I'm like, holy crap! It's just like apparently everybody else wants that too.
Yeah.
Well, YouTube recommendations was just reading your mind. It was like, oh hey, you've been thinking about Victorion? Well. No, that one was fun, except I filmed it and edited it, and then it sat on YouTube unlisted for like 2 years before we actually released it.
I can't remember how many times I watched it.
I think that's what's so much fun is reading the comments and stuff. And like, I was just like, was that your mom that played Pyra Magna?
It was.
And I was just like, man, she did a great job.
Yeah.
That one was really weird. Like the person who played the twins, she honestly, honest to God, I thought she was like a text to speech program. It sounded nothing like her audition whatsoever.
Maybe a different phone or mic or something.
I don't know. I didn't ask. I was like, I got the lines. Thank you. It's been too long waiting. We're full send.
Yeah, I'm about halfway done with the Ultra Magnus lines. There's a lot of lines for Ultra Magnus. I'm kind of nervous and like impressed at the same time.
Oh yeah, he's gonna stomp some ass without actually doing much at the same time.
Is this in United?
No. War for Cybertron stuff.
Oh, okay. I was like, Ultra Magnus. I'm pretty sure Magnus is dead.
Oh yeah, Magnus is dead as hell. Or Magnus, yeah, he's dead as hell.
Well, I think he was kind of in pieces. So because I think Sideswipe like jetted out. So technically, that Ultra Magnus could come back.
The best part about the hiatus between the last episode of United and the one before it is I managed to forget everything we wrote. so when we were watching it, I got to experience a United episode, and I was like, "Oh yeah!" So normally I know exactly what's going to happen when they come out, but it had been a year since the last episode.
Oh yeah.
It's because really so I don't want to blow the whistle because I really like the guy, so I'm not going to give his name. I'm not going to give him a bad name. But we were waiting on one of our voice actors, and he's been like a pillar since season 1, episode 1. And he's a good friend. We've kind of fallen out of communication just because everybody goes their separate ways in life, But we were waiting and waiting and waiting. I kept hitting him up and hitting him up and hitting him up. I'm like, dude, I really need you to do these voices, man. Like, I really need you. We've only have 2 more episodes. Like, all you gotta do is these 2 episodes, and I'll leave you alone forever. And it never happened. So we ended up recasting, but we waited so long because we were hoping and praying that we could get him to come back and do those last 2 episodes, but he just never, ever responded, ever.
Oh, yeah. So disappointed by that, really.
But when stuff like that happens, like that's when you have like, you tell people up front, you're like, hey, this is going to probably be a pretty lengthy episode or series or whatever. You in it for the long haul, And they always say yes most of the time, right? But
I'm always upfront, and I tell people no, just recast me. It's a long haul.
But it's also more along the lines of like, stuff happens in people's lives and things like that. And I don't think it has anything to do with like, they don't. I think sometimes people just fall out of like, I don't really want to do that anymore.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I totally get it. So.
Oh yeah, no, I don't hold anything ill towards him whatsoever. I mean,
oh Lord, no, never.
You only made me wait over a year for 2 sets of lines, but whatever.
No, that's.
I mean, like he was like the staple. Hunter and I used to be like a trifecta. We didn't really do anything unless it was me, Hunter, and said individual.
Yeah, but life takes us all on different paths.
I think what's funny is it's hard to think of. I look at characters. See, I have in my head like how I want characters to sound. But when there's new characters that have never had a voice applied to them in anything official, I'm like, man, how would they sound?
Yeah.
Like Swerve is a really good example because I saw Swerve in like 5 Faces of Darkness. He gets stomped by Triptychon in the old show. He's never seen again. He comes back in IDW. He's a big character in the old comics. And I started liking him. I was like, man, this Swerve is really good. And I was just like, I don't know who would sound like Swerve. And then Bobby Skullface, he's a Transformers reviewer and stuff, and he does a lot of like he loves Swerve. He loves IDW, the old IDW. And I was like, you know what? Bobby talks a lot. I think he would make a good Swerve voice. So I just hit him up and just asked him, say, hey, you want to do a couple of lines? And he was like, really? And I was like, yeah. And he's just like, I've never done that before. And I was like, that's cool. It's just your normal voice. Just do how you think it would deliver. And and he did really well, and I put him in my animation, and I know it wasn't going to be like, hey, I'm going to need you for like 6 years to do this character's voice, like I didn't do any of that stuff, right?
I'm gonna have to contract
but it
you
was
for the next eternity.
exactly, and like I hit up other people too, like Patriot Prime reviews and Kato's collection, because Patriot Prime, he's a soldier in Iraq, and I just heard him talk about Roadbuster and watched his review one time, and I was like, dude, he sounds like Roadbuster would sound. Like, it's like that would be like I got all my guns, and like I'm a soldier, and like it just works.
I got my guns.
Right, and then Whirl is a crazy character, and I love how crazy Whirl is in the comics, and I wish we had the Generations Whirl is a good figure, but I wish we had like an IDW. Like I wish MMC hadn't done the Obsidian Whirl kind of two characters for one mold. I wish they had made a true IDW Whirl, but I used Kato's collection as it, and he just did a great job. I tried to think of like I listen to how people talk, like when they're doing reviews, when they're doing podcasts, and I try to hear that voice in it, and it just kind of like clicks with you how that works. So I don't know, it's just weird. But I also have like I like the G1 sounds, but then like for example the Shockwave you guys had in Transformers United, and I think something before that. The dude sounds straight up like Stephen Bloom. Like,
yeah.
I was like, what the hell am I watching? Like, this is crazy. Like this, I had just finished like playing the War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron games recently, like within like the past month or so. And I'd never played them before, and I wish I had, because it sucks all the servers and stuff are down. So I never got those online multiplayer experiences. But I went back and was watching some of the old videos and stuff, and I was like, dude, this guy sounds like Stephen Bloom. Like he's telling me what's going on with the Decepticons. I was like, this chapter is amazing.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Yeah.
No, it's actually kind of funny you mentioned Patriot Prime there for a second. That just reminded me at the TFCon in DC, he and I kept bumping into each other. I'm not talking like, oh, hey, how's it going? I'm like physically, like he'd like, I'd back up into him, or like he'd constantly back up into me. It's like, damn, guy. I'm like, oh,
he's a tall dude. He is a very tall dude.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wasn't expecting that, but I was like, damn, guy. I'm like, oh, it's you. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm hoping to see him at TFCon 2021. I hope 2021 works out. I wish I'd gone to the one before in 2020, but that sucks.
The one in DC.
Yeah, I wish I'd gone to that one.
Yeah, you should have. You could have seen me and him constantly bumping into each other, and I'm getting annoyed every time. Like, oh damn it! Oh, it's okay.
But it was around a time I just couldn't swing it, and like, and then I was just like, oh, I'm going to the one in October, and then that one doesn't happen, and I'm like, crap.
Yeah, you should, dude. You should have gone to the DC one, because then we could have hung out and then got Wendy's afterwards, dude.
Oh, Wendy's.
I did actually. I went straight to Wendy's afterwards. And
we're gonna have Wendy's, and we're gonna feed Wendy's with a HasLab Unicron.
I gotta get me a Baconator, dude.
You've not had Wendy's until you've had a Baconator in your mouth, Prime.
Leaking lubricants.
No, but that TFCon was a lot of fun. They had all the I guess they're all out now, but like all the prototypes for their Mastermind creations, like their DJD figures, they had all the prototypes sitting out there, and I got to touch them all. I'm like, oh, I want all these. I kept asking.
I think is it Exodus? I think is the recent one, which is the getaway character from IDW.
I don't know their actual names. I only know them as by their body shapes. The big one that has like the giant like grinder in the middle of him, who's even bigger.
Oh yeah, that's the DJD ones. Yeah, those. I think Felix, maybe. I think is the name. I don't know. I don't know their names very well.
I don't know their names at all. Like I said, I only know them by their body shape.
If they had
I
called
think
him
Helix. I think
you know,
Helix is the one with the grinder, and Tesserus is the tan one that's big.
What's the one with like the 4 arms?
Is he blue?
He's like blue or purple or something like that.
I'm pretty sure that's Helix.
So that's the tank-looking thing. Because the grinder one, that guy's tan and gray with a little bit of red.
Oh, wait a minute.
He's got an X. Yeah.
I'll screen share. Let me.
Yeah, he's got like a red X for a face or something.
Yeah, I think that's Tesserus.
See, they called them all different names. If they called them like Curb Stomp or something like that, we'd know who they were, right?
The infinite loop. Yeah, I got it. I got to diddle this prototype here. That was awesome.
Sure that's Tesserus.
This is the one I kept sitting there. It's like, do y'all take pre-orders here? They're like, it's not even on the website. Yeah, but do y'all take pre-orders?
I have money in my pocket. Give it to me.
Tell you what, I'm going to leave this money here, and I'm going to take this with me.
I wish I had bring any cash with me. If I had just like $200 cash, I mean, like, guys, I got $200 cash. Can I keep the prototype? No. Where was the other one?
And they were like, no, we need this. I'd be like, damn it.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Helix.
Do they call it Moors?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. See, it's funny. We know like more of the third-party names than we know the DJ. Like, how's that backwards?
I think it's really
this
funny.
guy I was also interested in, but not as much as the other one, because the other one I just picture as a big dumbass. I'm like, oh, there's so many good dumb ideas I have with you.
So I would love to get all of those MMC one. The Tarn one looks really amazing. I actually ended up getting the Iron Factory ones that combine for really no reason. But the Iron Factory ones, I feel like a Decepticon Justice Division, like, although Tarn's a little small compared to Generation scale, right? Because I'm not going for M Master Max. But he is a little small as an Iron Factory Legends character. But I feel like if you have a whole group of them that are like that they're all like a bunch of troublemakers, right? And if you have all of them that are massive and huge, then it's just like, well, why isn't Megatron using these at the forefront of the rear every time? So that's kind of my train of thought and why I ended up going with the Iron Factory ones instead.
Out of stock. Fuck.
You should be ashamed of yourself for looking at that.
I have for this. This is perfect for the life of Prime.
No.
Dude, we'll probably have like a ton of them that we can buy for like $90 at TFCon, right?
I hope so. I'm telling you, I gotta make sure that fucking Bumblebee gets his big titty goth GF.
Are you getting the Windblade one? The what is it? Flames Toys model kit? That one's only like $50, and it looks gorgeous.
There's a Windblade one?
Yeah. Pure eye model. Yeah.
Very well. I'm going down this rabbit hole now.
Let me see if I can link it in the Discord, maybe. That'd probably be helpful, right?
Perhaps.
Meanwhile, my most recent Transformer purchase has been Construct Bots.
Dude, don't feel bad, man. I just recently have been on this Combiner Wars kick because I don't know, some animator named All Hail Megatron 1K. I've been watching stuff.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I can see that content immediately. I've heard it's been known to give you like freaking aneurysms or something. Epilepsy.
So I bought the Getaway Combiner, I bought Dead End and the Blast Off, and then I'm just gonna call them different names, but they're all gonna get shot at. So they're not gonna be actual like the named characters.
I mean, I will say you are investing a pretty penny into them right now, because I can't find anywhere where you can like get a Combiner Wars thing for cheap.
Yeah,
they're kind of in like Voyager price range, but I'll say that. Okay, so like I originally like I don't know. This is probably like a year, maybe 2 years ago. I wanted to get Rook from the Protectobots, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna get Rook, I'm gonna get Off Road, and I'm gonna get Alpha Bravo, and they're all gonna get killed and maimed and destroyed because nobody likes them. Well, I started reading up on them, and then I started liking the characters, and I was like,
Yeah, literally.
and I was like, Off Road's like, oh, he paints himself in Wild Riders colors, and you know, like he wants to be part of the team. I was like, damn it, why'd you go to make me like him?
Yeah,
Let's see.
Hunter.
Okay,
Who would kill off Off Road or Alpha Bravo?
I know.
but I will say Rook works well in like Siege because he's got kind of like a Cybertronian look to him. All I did was I took some rubbing alcohol and took the SWAT and the police and stuff off of him. But he was like $45 just to get
Oh
in.
my heavens!
It was
That's
ridiculous.
we need to
This
finish
was
United
2
right
years
now so I can sell my Combiner War stuff.
Okay.
Okay, I posted in the Transformers channel in the Discord. Yeah, that Rook, like I was gonna get him, and then like Alpha Bravo was easier to get. Actually, Off Road was easier to get. There were so many different versions out there. Nobody wants Off Road, but the problem is I love the Protectobots. Those are my favorite combiner team, and I could not get them for a reasonable price. They are all absolutely ridiculous. So I had to get the KO. And I was just like, the only way I could do it. And it stuck, you know. But hey, the KO actually did it in the Unite Warriors color. So, you know, at least they're in like the G1 color scheme instead of the
that's good.
whatever made up scheme.
I got rid of my Combiner Wars stuff really early on when the prices weren't that good. But the only ones I have left, I've got the Brucus team, and I have the Unite Warriors Computron box set. That's all I have left.
Yeah, the Computron, I only wanted the scrounge out of it, the little yellow saucer.
Oh yeah.
I was able to get him super cheap, and then nobody else I wanted. But I do, and I don't know if I should commission somebody to do that. I don't know. But I have Groove from the Protectobots, right? Well, my story takes place all on Cybertron, so I don't really need the Earth modes per se. And most of the Protectobots can kind of go with Cybertronian modes. But Groove, I want Afterburners, his little like Cybertronian look to him from Computron, and I want that whole headpiece translucent blue, and then I can paint it up however I need to for Groove, and then just put it on. But that's the only piece I need, and the only one that has it is the Unite Warriors Computron, because that one is blue, or blue plastic painted with red. But the one that came with the regular Computron, which I can kind of get sometimes, is green, and it doesn't match Groove at all. And you can't put yellow, like translucent paint on it and make it blue. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
I wish it did.
Oh. You can do it. You just gotta believe.
Yeah, I don't know why the Gaming Rex is saying it too, that the Combiner Wars are overpriced now. Yeah, I was gonna get I was gonna try to get some of the weird G2 color ones, and I was like, what is going on here? Like these are not the best figures. Why are they so much?
That you actually bring up a valid point, because I had that G2 Superion. It was a much cheaper plastic than the regular Superion. I was astonished by that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people when Combiner Wars was out, like when it was new. I know a lot of people complained about the G2 guys.
I mean, I'll tell you that, like I've been a Transformer fan for a long time, since Generation 2, so I'm a G2er, and but that said, you know, Combiner Wars came around, and I was like, oh, cool, it's Devastator. And then I was like, oh, these look horrible. They don't even have articulation. And then I'm like, well, ooh, the Protectobots are here, and the Aerial Bots. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these? Like, this isn't the right jets. Like, Air Raid's an F-14 amalgamation. He's not even an F-15 Eagle, and I'm like, what? This is terrible. So, and then eventually they came around with the Titans Return, and they started making Blur and Cup and Hot Rod, and I was like, hey, these are these characters that everybody's wanted for years with modern engineering, and then but you can look in the package and you're like, these guys are hollow as crap. Like, what has happened to my Transformers? So I got out of it, right? I didn't get a lot of them. So I was collecting other stuff, spending my money on other things. And then Siege came out, and I was like, okay, that looks really good, but I really want to see it in person. And I see some more pictures of it. I was like, okay, this looks too good to be true. And I was just like, let me see it in person. I see it in person, I buy everything. So I bought, for Siege, I bought at least one of every single character. Omega Supreme was my last one to get, and I just got them like last month.
Oh,
And
nice.
It's so awesome to have. I just wanted one complete line of something. Earthrise is kind of hit and miss. I didn't really like everything there. Earthrise RC is terrible. I want to run her over with a truck several times.
I thought about getting her, actually.
Get a truck here real soon. You can borrow it.
I mean, the Takara Legends and the Generations RC, those are so much. It's such much more superior, with the exception of not being able to hold 5mm weapons. That's the only thing and an ankle pivot. That's the only thing this Earthrise RC has. But a hoverboard, and she doesn't really transform. Come on.
Yeah, I saw the reissue
Alita
of
one's
the
great.
Kingdom.
Yeah, I saw. I was just like, yeah, because these were all the ones that were sitting in old packaging. They just ripped them out and put them back in.
Yeah. They're like, this will do.
Yeah, but Alita 1, though, is crazily enough, somehow Alita 1 is a better figure. And I'm still not quite sure why. Like, I guess her design just works better. I don't know, but
That's weird.
RC
I keep seeing her on the
lipstick-
shelf.
Yeah, Alita 1's pretty good. Yeah, I would recommend her.
Yeah, for me, it's the Netflix Wheeljack. That's the shelf warmer.
Oh, I've seen
That
them everywhere.
one and Netflix Impactor. Both of those are shelf board me around here.
Really? I've never even seen the Netflix Impactor.
Yeah. And Alita 1 has been shelf warming, but I think it's because they packed her a little too many cases. Because she was disappearing like crazy when the show was out, and people were just snatching her up. And then I think they were like, oh, people like Alita 1. They shipped out way too many, like probably a whole case worth of her. And then so now she's kind of hanging out with Wheeljack making buddies. So you're like, what's going on, Wheeljack? And be like, I'm trying to work on something over here. Leave me alone.
I want to build a nuclear reactor, but I'm trapped in these plastic things.
I'm trying to put some crap in this closet with the Dinobots. Me and Grimlock want to go outside.
Take your effing walk.
Mr. Warp want to go outside too. Mr. Lodge want to go outside.
Don't get a fucking walk.
Miss Nora want to go outside too. He's like the Russian one.
Yeah, I've been wanting to find Studio Series Hot Rod. Can't find him. I had to order him on Hasbro Pulse, and I'm waiting on the Retro Weirdwolf to show up so I can have the Gunther Transformer.
Oh yeah, that's important.
I missed him the first time, so I'm ready to get an actual Weirdwolf. I have the Retro Brainstorm, and I really like him.
He is pretty cool. Yeah.
I was like, he doesn't have mouth
okay.
plate, not Brainstorm, but I really like him.
So what's funny about that? I was so mad. So like, I was looking at both the Titans Return and I was looking at the Takara versions, and I was like, okay, I know the Takara versions are really meant for headmasters. That's why they have different heads, but they have better paint schemes. And if I took the American heads off of Titans Return and put them on the Takara Legends ones or Unite Warriors or whatever the hell. So I was just like, if I swap them around, then I could actually have a really good looking figure. And so I ended up buying like that, right? Like, and I was okay, well, I'm going to get the regular highbrow or whatever, or, however it's supposed to work out, right? I kid you not. Like, I got this before last summer. So like, then when they had like the Pulse thing or whatever, and they were announcing the headmasters, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, I just bought all these. And then I go to the store and they're $20. But I do have the Weird Wolf. I never took that one out because I heard it broke a lot, so I was kind of waiting on it. So I grabbed the Weird Wolf that was in store. So if I see another one, I'll keep an eye out for you.
Please. Yeah, I've been looking at my Walmart.
Titans Return Gunther.
Yes, Gunther.
I don't think we need to worry about spoilers. I think Sideswipe and Wheelie have an exemption that spoilers are awesome, but Gunther is like going to be like the arch nemesis for the.
I need to make a little 3D print a little Bavarian hat because like when I graduated undergrad, I had created the Gunther character before we did all the memes with the folks that you and I both know. But I had created the character before that. We gave him a very intricate backstory, which just added to it. But I created the character because I was doing it to make my mom laugh because they brought me back a Bavarian hat when they went to Europe. And this was like my sophomore year of college that they brought me back a Bavarian hat. And so I'd put it on and I'd walk around the house and be like, "Hello, everybody." I just did it to make my mom laugh. But then Gunther kind of developed over the years with some help, admittedly. I had some help. But for the most part, Gunther has been a big part of my life, and I just think it's really funny how now he's scared of wolves. And Weird Wolf is his transformer. So, but yeah.
And hilarity ensues.
It's funny how things evolve over time. You know, it went from just a funny voice and something I did to make my mom laugh to this really absurd character. And here we are.
To the really absurd character who has all these celebrity relatives that aren't really celebrities.
Yeah. All that was improv, by the way. When we did all that, I just was making all that crap up as we went.
So I think they needed I think like sometimes when you think of like the voices that people come up with and stuff and you're just like, how'd they come up with that voice? I really would like to know the story behind Scott McNeil and how he came up with spinning through terrorize. Like, what made you think that was gonna be his voice?
He's like, that's how spiders talk. I talk to spiders all the time. That's how they sound.
Why, Dinobot? Why, Lizardbot picking golden discs?
Sorry, that's how wasps talk. I thought for a minute there we were talking tarantulas, but that is way off. I was not a Beast Wars kid. I'm sorry. A wasp.
Yeah, I'll say tarantulas.
You disgust me.
No, I was an Armada baby. I grew up on
Armada baby. Hey, I had to deal with like purple was a camouflage amongst bright colors, and it'd be like, Bruticus is a big bad Berlin Bruticus, and Dreadwing's twice as deadly. Yeah, we had terrible commercials.
Oh, cringe.
I mean, the commercials never really got any better.
No, they didn't.
No.
Even the recent Kingdom commercial is kind of like, that's weird. Why is this kid holding a golden disc? What's going on here?
Do you know what that is? How dare you?
What's on the other side? It's like, what's on the other side? It says, don't forget your lines.
Yeah, literally.
Or else.
I think Brian actually put out like the best video for the
oh my gosh, that
the
was
Kingdom
hilarious.
commercial. Shows up with the Gorilla Glue.
The gorilla just messed everything up. Oh, that was super funny.
I always loved that commercial anyways, and then he mixed it with Kingdom, like, oh man. Oh yeah.
It was so good.
Primal, always there, ready to deliver Gorilla Glue when you conveniently break one leg on your table.
Craziness. Purge the heretic is what Kachowskian says. I think that's how to say that. Kachowskian.
Well, I mean,
Who?
I
In
wouldn't
the
ask.
chat.
Oh,
Well,
is
they
that
did
the comments on the YouTube video?
Spacey, no relation.
Lockbot's like, what? There's chat. This is live. What?
People are calling me a heretic because I didn't grow up on Beast Wars. I'm sorry I wasn't born earlier. Jesus Christ!
I mean, most of the people
take it up with
here
my
in the
parents.
live chat can't talk about that anyways. They weren't born until the new movies came out, the Michael Bay movies.
Yeah, if you grew up on Michael Bay movies, I'm sorry, you don't have any room to talk.
Right? I'm so sorry.
The Michael Bay movies are what got you into Transformers.
If you thought Optimus had flames by default, you need some counseling first.
We were talking about the Tales from Teletrain cast. Like we have like our own little, like group chat on Instagram, and we were talking about like Nemesis Prime and stuff like that. And they were saying, well, wouldn't it be cool if like Peter Cullen like voiced both of them, and like one of them was like G1 Prime, one of them was like Bayverse, or one of them was like Nemesis Prime or something like that. And I'd be like, well, wouldn't that just be G1 Prime versus Bayverse Prime? It's like,
yeah, literally.
So you'd have G1 Prime would say, Autobots transform and roll out, and then the Nemesis one would just say, Autobots, give me your faces.
Everybody, give me your face. I remember in 2007. I never liked football, but I remember sitting there at the Super Bowl in 2007 to watch the trailer because that was the first time you were ever going to see the trailer, and so I sat there through all the commercials to see the first Transformers movie trailer. And then I remember the flame war, no pun intended, of how everybody was complaining about Optimus having flames on. And it got to the point where the backlash was so severe, Michael Bay was like, everybody complains about the flames. I think they're cool.
Okay, so admittedly, I have a different story to that. I did not stay up for the whole Super Bowl to watch it. In fact, I didn't even really watch TV. I had no idea there was a Transformers movie even being made until I went to the theater once.
Oh, man.
I can't remember what I was watching, but all of a sudden there was this trailer for Transformers, and the whole time you don't know what it is. It looks like a space movie, and I'm going, what the hell is this? Just get to the damn
moon landing.
Speaking
of
moon landing,
what are we talking about? Yeah. So it's funny because like I remember when they were talking. I don't think I got to see the trailer when the Super Bowl was around or whatnot, but I remember people were talking about it and they were posting about it on, I think it was probably Sabertron.com or TFW 2005, either one, or probably both. But they were saying that, hey, there's a cop car that's chasing this red car that's also chasing this yellow sports car. And I was like, dude, that's Prowl, Sideswipe, and Sunstreaker. That's gonna be awesome. and then I was just like, this is gonna be cool. Like they're bringing the Autobots back, right? Like it's cool. You got Prowl. Yeah, Prowl's not a Datsun. I don't care about that. It really didn't work as a police car anyway. But I was just like, okay, so he's a police interceptor. That's cool looking. Like Prowl's gonna be awesome. And I'm like, Barricade? Who the hell? Like, what happened? And then the red car was like Megan Fox's car or whatever. And then they had like the yellow car was Bumblebee, and I was like, "What did you people do? Did you guys not even watch it? Does anybody not know who these characters are?"
Yeah, literally robots in disguise, but they're the flashiest vehicles ever.
Well, then you see like the Volkswagen Bug in the first movie, and then like they make a joke about it. They ding the door on it. I'm just like, come on, like you're purposely trying to bait us. You knew you could get a Volkswagen Bug, you bastard.
But I never understood, and every time I watch Transformers 07, it really, really bothers me. When they transform into robot mode, all their panels and everything like are super detailed and scratched and scuffed, and they just look like they've been through hell. And then they transform into vehicle mode, and the cars are perfect. And I know why, because they're all like movie prop vehicles, and the robots are CGI, and they look really fake if they were all shiny all the time. So when you put the scratches and stuff in there, it makes them look more realistic. But it always bothered me how they're beat up in robot mode, and then they transform and they're perfect in vehicle mode. It always drove me crazy.
Well, the newer movies got even worse with that.
Oh yeah, they got way worse with that. Like, because it was just like, okay, if like for example, like Jazz, or I was just like, why did you pick a prototype car? Like, they're
Doesn't
gonna
look
totally nail
cool.
you. But even in the G1, it's just like, would you really see, a Porsche 935 going down the road? Like, come on.
No.
Like, all these Autobots lining around a semi, like, it was a little obvious there, right, Megatron?
Yeah. They didn't
It's
really
like
understand.
Starscream is just like, I don't even think they're even trying, Megatron, to disguise themselves.
Optimus has a big old Autobot logo on his trailer. Like, come on now.
Only at certain angles, it's like an LCD screen, right? So when the Decepticons are up in the air, they can't see it.
Megatron has killed so many innocent truck drivers.
Oh man, see, why didn't they do something like that, right? Like, that would have been a cool plot line. They didn't even use their disguise mode.
But yeah, that always bothered me about the movies. There was something else about the movie. Oh, I noticed as the movies went on, they started cutting away when they would transform. Like, they used to show it on screen, like you'd see them transform. And I even remember the featurette on the DVD of the first movie. They were like, this is exactly how, like, we're timing the Camaro peeling out to this exact point where Bumblebee is going to transform, and we're going to cut right here. And I was like, oh, that's really cool how they're putting thought into the render. And
Right.
then, like, you got movie 4, Bumblebee transforms off screen, like the car pulls up, and then it cuts away, and then it cuts back, and he's just in robot mode because they didn't want to be bothered to animate him transforming.
I can relate to that. I hate transforming.
You picked the wrong hobby.
It is kind of funny because, like, it takes a lot of work. Like, that was one of the things I wanted to make sure that the animations looked good. Like, when I was doing like the contest, the animation contest, and I ran out of time and I screwed up on the timing, right? I was like, oh, like, you go back and you watch like the behind cover Transformers animation on my channel, like, it's watchable because the voice actors did an amazing job, but it's also like, it sucks because I just, like, the frame rate is awful, but I try to make sure the transformations were good. And I'm really proud of those, particularly Mirage. Mirage was really hard to do, but it was also fun at the same time. And because he literally, like, you got to flip that F1 racer car around. But if you spend time on that, like, technically you could flip that, right? Flip those horizontal, or however that you want to do it for the scene, if you make it generic enough, and just kind of sit on that for a little while they're transforming for like 3, 4, 5 seconds, right? And it's just like, that can eat up some good time because you're showing those transformations on it. But if you got a story to tell, you got, like, man, I gotta get this out the door. Like, it's like, oh, Bumblebee, okay, robot mode next. Like, so that cheats that, right? But it's also like, you can just stay on that transformation scene, and people love that because they're Transformers. Siege, the War for Cybertron, like the actual series, like, they didn't understand that. Like, they were just like, well, transformations are going to cost us a bunch of money. But I'm like, it's a Transformers show. Like, you got to have them transform.
That's like making a show about, like, race cars and be like, oh, we can't show them driving around the track because it's going to cost too much money to animate them moving.
Well, I'm pretty sure Earthrise, like, you can actually count how many transformations there are on one hand.
Pretty much. But they did the off screening, right? Like, when Scorponok fell into the pit, and then in the Scorpion mode, and then he flew up. You hear the transformation sound, but then he flies up in robot mode, and I'm like, that was cool. That was cool, but I was like, it wasn't a transformation on screen. You just heard it. So you can get away with it with dramatic stuff like that too.
I was so pissed off during that fight scene. Because admittedly, I keep saying, like, I'm gonna get Scorponok, but it's only gonna be if I find it in person. I'll never buy it online. I saw that and I was like, damn it! I have so many good fucking ideas to animate with this now, and I can't do it because I'll never find it in person.
Right. But then he's on. They're making him again. They're making Jetfire again too. So it's like, Omega Supreme got re-released, and that's how I was able to get Omega Supreme. because I never saw him in store. So, and he was going for crazy prices for a while, like everywhere.
I need to like find one at like Ross or something like that.
I've only said that I wouldn't get Scorponok unless I was able to get Fortress Maximus. And as of about 7 hours ago, I may have a good line on a Fortress Maximus. And I might make that happen this weekend. So if
How
I
much
make
is
that
he
happen
going
this
for?
weekend, well, so I don't know yet. Like I know, but I don't want to say because I kind of want to get him.
Yeah, okay.
But I can say that it's a really good price. It's less than his retail, which is unheard of because the last one I could get, somebody was in Arizona and they were at a toy show and I said, dude, I saw that Titans Return Fortress Maximus. How much do they have on the price? Because I couldn't see in their video. And they said, oh, he had 350. And I was like, 350? Like, this isn't Metroplex. What's wrong with you?
I paid 40 for mine. I got the Ollie's deal.
See, and like we just recently got an Ollie's that took over our Toys R Us, and they like don't have anything Transformers related except for
it
Studio
really
Series and it's
depends.
all Baper.
Like when they get a bunch of stuff, they get a bunch of stuff, and you'll hear about it. But other than that, it's pretty much dead. We have an Ollie's, and we go into it pretty often, and it doesn't have a lot. But I got that Fort Max for $40. Actually, I can't remember his YouTube name. Shockwave514 got it for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know him.
He found it and got it for me, and I met up with him and picked it up and gave him the cat. Actually, I think I PayPal'd him for it. But then I ended up having to sell it because I didn't have any room for it because I was living in a tiny apartment.
Oh, well, you got a better deal than I did. Or, hopefully I'll be able to get a good deal on it. But it's like $100. And it's mint in box. And I don't believe it's mint in box, but he says it's mint in box. But I'm like, $100? Like, you serious? Like sold. So
this might be one of the guys who got it at Ollie's then, and then just sat on it.
Might be. Yeah, it's like if he got it for $40 in an Ollie's with some tax on it, then yeah, he's making some money. But I'm getting a good deal on that because, like, if I get Fortress Maximus, I have to get Scorponok. I don't really need either one of them, but they do look cool. So
yeah. It always perplexed me because Fort Max's legs clamshelled open, which I then later learned was leftover engineering from Metroplex.
Yes.
But it always drove me crazy because I'm like, what do these do?
Well, then you got to play with Metroplex to get the actual experience. Funny enough, I have Metroplex, and you didn't touch it.
I didn't see him.
Oh, that's actually because I just realized he was packed up. But you didn't touch it.
I did a great job of breaking your Combaticon, so I figured I would quit touching things.
Wait, Crimson, don't you voice Blast Off for me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I broke you.
Oh.
I felt so bad. I actually was. I was like, "Give me super glue. I have to fix this." So I went and sat and fixed it.
Did you see me out there? I fell to pieces.
Poor guy. So this is what
it's kind of funny. You're sitting on the couch, like just watching TV, and next thing you know, I think I broke your toy. What?
I felt so bad. And that was shortly after I had brought my Transform Element Mirage so Kyle could play with it. That was shortly after a piece on my Mirage broke, and I was being careful. I don't know what happened, but just like a piece broke, and I was like, and then I was playing with Blast Off, and it broke, and I was like, I'm
that's the one you have, Kyle. That's is that the oversized Warbitron one? I think the Jim Dow one.
So like there were instructions with it, and there wasn't any like sort of sign, so I'm just going off what people tell me.
Yeah, and they look great. They look great on screen.
I'm pretty sure
detailed.
It's oversized.
Well, I don't know, Hunter. Can you concur? Do they look good in person?
Oh yeah, they look really good in person.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm tempted to get the MMC one.
Take a hammer to them.
Yeah, I tried to. They look so good. I tried to break them all.
Yeah, that the Warbitron Bruticus was like that was a big deal back then. That was like when Hercules was around for with
Yeah.
I think it was a TFC Hercules that made that.
Everybody had to have TFC Hercules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Toy World Constructor came out and nobody looked back.
Yep.
And they just keep printing Toy World Constructors over and over and over again.
Yep. They do.
Where is...
I really liked you had just gotten Kingdom Cyclonus when I was there, and boy, I really liked that figure.
Yeah, that Kingdom Cyclonus has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I just opened them up today because a friend of mine got them in his area because I never saw them in stores, and I still haven't, and I don't know why. Like, but, he's pretty amazing.
To say it, but I kind of want one. And now I know they've done the Sweep, they've done Cyclonus and the Scourge, and now Galvatron's coming, and so I'm like, shit.
Oh no, dude! Just now you're gonna have to upgrade to the masterpieces too when they offer them.
No, see, I have a rule for Masterpiece, and it's you cannot cross into the movie. Like any of the characters from the Transformers the movie, that's my hard line of no, you can't. Like you can't collect those. Like Ultra Magnus, I really want Masterpiece Magnus, but I won't do it because he's a movie character.
Oh, he's great though.
It's a very good setup.
The masterpiece.
He may have a butt flap, but that's
well,
what time are you gonna have him bending over? It's working.
If I was going to get one, I would get the knockoff where they fix the butt flap.
But yeah, he's pretty cool. So I'm messing with Cyclonus right now, and I'd say that so John Warden, he's the guy that designed it. Now he's working on Power Rangers as their product manager and stuff. But Cyclonus is his favorite Decepticon, and so this was his baby, and he based it on. And a lot of people, I don't know why, because he's mentioned that in the fan polls thing, but I don't see it in a lot of reviews. People mentioning that, but they were like, well, his alt mode doesn't quite look like the movie. I was like, because it's based on the Killing Jar, which is a season 3 episode where it has really good animation where they go into the negative universe and stuff where the Quintessons capture Ultra Magnus and Cyclonus, Wreck-Gar, and Marissa Fairborn. And so he has a stylized alt mode in that show, and it's based direct. This is exactly what the toy is based on. And
oh wow,
that's why
cool.
he looks so good. Yeah, I mean, there's like, I mean, the only thing is that the canopy is upside down on the back, but honestly, that I don't care. Like, I don't care because the way they drew it in animation, they made it the other way.
Yeah, but whatever.
Right.
About that Cyclonus figure, and that's not necessarily an issue with the figure itself. That's more how I used it. I've got fucking blue tack like all gunked up in the feet now because I was animating with it, and I can't get it out there. The feet, like the indents are so small and deep, I can't get it out of there.
So I use X-Acto knife when I run into that because I ran into that with what figure was that I ran into? But it was an older figure too. And I was just like, man, how am I going to get that out? And I was just like, I took an X-Acto knife very gently, just not use the opposite end, right? Like the flat side, and just was able to get them out. But it took a long time, but I was able to get it all out.
That honestly sounds like a better idea than what I was doing. I no shit. I was using just like a regular number 2 pencil, and it broke the lead in there. And I'm like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding. Now I got lead in there. I got the lead out.
A screwdriver stuck in there. I got another transformer stuck in there.
I got a jackhammer stuck in there.
Got Hank stuck in there.
Somehow Hank stuck in there. He's complaining. He wants out.
Oh, I hate to dip out, but I have got to start getting ready for bed, and it's a process when you have a broken leg.
Right.
Lame.
But it's been real. It's been fun. I'll even go as far to say it's been real fun. So I'll talk to you folks later. But this has been a good time. I need to jump in on these more often.
Yes, Hunter. Also, we need to talk Carl soon.
Okay.
Connor brought up a good Carl idea, and I want to bring it up at some point.
Oh, perfect. Sounds good to me.
Yes.
All right.
Take
We'll
it
see
easy,
y'all
man.
later.
See
ya.
you. No.
Now what do we do?
Oh, I forgot that Lockbot is a cyborg. What? What have I missed? Oh, you've missed everything. Everything.
You missed the beginning, the middle, but not the end.
But not the end. Not yet, at least. No, but that Cyclonus, I didn't know that it was based off that one episode. That's actually really interesting.
Yep. It's really cool. Like, I mean, I see my deal, is like I love light piping. A lot of people don't, but I love it. Like that's my drug right there. That's my gateway Transformers drug is light piping. And even the paint match on it is pretty good on the chest, like on the outer chest area. They did a really good job. They could have just left it unpainted, but nope. They said, nope, let's paint it. We got the budget.
No, I'm happy that it doesn't seem like they really spared an expense on him, at least too much. I'd say. I mean, sometimes you can see where like where they were like very clearly cutting costs on things, and I can't.
Speeds Megatron.
Not to name any names.
Impactor Styles.
Everything on Soundwave. What? Actually, all the Netflix Siege. Not to name any names or single any figures out.
And then was Logos Prime says I sound French. I sound French? What? No, Hispanic. I'm American.
I'm all American all day.
Yeah, Siege. Scourge is actually pretty good too. I was not expecting him to be as good as he was. I mean, because it's kind of we've had some pretty bad Scourge figures, so
Yes.
but they did a good job. The only thing on this is, I mean, they even painted his nails. They didn't have to do that, but they made sure that was in the budget. And I think it has a lot to do with him being a studio series figure because they have a little more of a higher budget there. But even the back of his thighs, like they kind of made their own filler parts, which is kind of strange. But I was like, yeah, that's cool. The only thing they missed was the paint that goes on the toes. Is there should be a little pink paint there, just like that matches the fingernails.
Yeah.
But that's like such an easy thing for anybody to fix. But that's what I'm gonna do is I'll have that little pink toe on Scourge, and all the other sweeps won't have that pink on them. So his pink toes is what makes him Scourge.
Yeah. I don't have Scourge yet. Like I put him on pre-order on BBTS and it came in, but I set everything to pile loot because I'm waiting to actually get my move done and then be like, all right, I'm shipping a giant pile of loot.
Yeah, I had him pre-ordered at Amazon, and so I ended up getting I had him pre-ordered for a long time. People were getting theirs and stuff like that, and because usually they fill out like the people that order one or two or something. They usually send out their orders first because they can go ahead and get them out. But mine had 5 Scourges on it, plus the one that I bought in store. So I was just like, dude, I want my sweeps. And then they said, okay, we're coming out with sweeps. But then I was like, well, what are they going to change? Because, they're like the head, they're going to make like a DevCon head because that's not a sweep. Like all of them look the same, except like all of them are exactly the same as Scourge, except they're hunched over like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. That's the only difference between a sweep and Scourge.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's entirely posture.
They gave Scourge.
You know what?
A
We're gonna make you pay this buttload of money, and you're gonna get the sweeps.
Right. Now, if they did a different blue color, like a lighter blue, that would be kind of cool. So, I think I'd be in for it. I might get one. Yeah.
No, what you do actually is you get one sweep and then you just green screen it. So then you've got a bunch of sweeps then at that point.
See, I wish I could. I would love to get into green screening. I just don't. I'm getting. I'm gonna be getting. I've said this for like I don't know 8 years now. I'm gonna be making a new computer. I have all the stuff I need to. Like I have all the stuff I need to get it. I just gotta buy it, right?
Yeah.
So I know all what I'm gonna do to build it. It's just buying it and then doing all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd like to get into green screening in a way that I could green screen transformations.
Yes.
And then that way, that would save a lot of time, right? Because if I can get the transformations and then have like do them at different angles and they're green screened, right? And then
Mhm.
that way you can do it once, but have like that ability to put it in wherever you need to do, as long as like
kind
the
of do
shadows
like stock footage transformation, like how
right,
like all your other shows
right.
did.
I mean, I don't want to do something where it's like, okay, well, we know where that scene came from. You know, I don't, because I have an eye for detail, so I don't like to kind of see that all the time. But it's cool in another way of it, because I'm like, okay, cool. Oh, dude, that was like from episode 2. Like they had the same transformation. That's cool. So I kind of like seeing that stuff too. But
Mhm.
like, for my purposes, like I would just reuse them, flip them. You know, there's very few Transformer characters that you can do that, or you can't do that to. So, like for example, Optimus Prime usually has one Autobot symbol on his left shoulder,
Yeah.
and then you have Blaster, right? And then you have that has an Autobot symbol on the right part. The chest is kind of different,
Mhm.
and because you can get away with them holding like their gun in a different hand, you can get away with that. But it's stuff that actually is like in like to that character, like how they look.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
yeah. Like the like the you're telling me like where did I get an $8 Generation 2 Fall of Cybertron or Onslaught?
Yes, actually, I
Um,
was to know that.
so like I've been because I was playing that Fall of Cybertron and the War for Cybertron game, and I was like, dude, why did they never make any generic soldiers that we could army build? And so I was like, the Combaticons work for that for Decepticon soldiers. Sideswipe works for it, maybe Jazz to an extent, but Sideswipe works for it for the Autobot drones, right? Like different colors and everything, just color them different stuff. But I don't know why we don't have a Planet X like army builder, because isn't that just printing money, right? At that point,
I would think so because I mean, every Planet X, if they were smart, they would do that because then they would realize there are going to be those people out there who are like, I gotta drop $50 on each one. I'm going to buy 3.
well, yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, we never got a barricade, and as much as I don't really care much for the Bayverse. The barricade character in the War for Cybertron is awesome. Even
Yeah.
that breakdown is awesome. And if you look at breakdown, it looks like they used parts of the Shockwave model, like 3D model, because the way his legs are built and everything. And I was like, how do you get that to turn into a car? Because I guess if you took off a lot of the parts off Shockwave, like his wings and all that stuff, and made it to where they were fold up panels, maybe you could make a breakdown, or even kind of change it a little bit, make a barricade, but at least a breakdown character. So I'm very confused why they had a small cast they could use, but they didn't go full on with like those two characters, because it seems like it would just be kind of like a no-brainer to have them. But I think the like they were already moving on to different lines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, but Planet X, why haven't they done it? Like, I mean, those were characters that had, I think, characters that have speaking lines and are named, like they literally, like Megatron says, like, ram it, like, straight to, barricade and stuff like that. And Breakdown talks back to Megatron in the game, right? So it's just like these are very two characters that interact with the hero characters, so to speak.
Yeah. No, I think honestly, to be perfectly honest, not saying they're lazy and all, but Planet X has gotten a little lazy with their designs. In that, I mean, like before, it used to be like they would have at least like 1 or 2 new designs every year, and it would be like, cool, this is the 1 or 2 new they're gonna do for the year. whatnot. And then for a couple years, they've done nothing but repaints.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with the 2020 that was a disaster of a year. But honestly, like,
Like, I think
it's true. Like they're leaving money on the table, by not showing more stuff.
yeah, I think it's been since like 2018 that said they've actually introduced a new mold.
I
It's
mean, I
been
don't
something
even think
like
like
that.
Gigapower. Gigapower made their Dinobots, right? And then they're just like, that's it. That's all we're gonna make. We're done. I'm like, what? We're like, oh, we're gonna make a weathered version, and I'll be like, what? Like, you're not gonna make anything new? Like, you did a great job with the Dinobots. How about something else? Like I don't know what they would make, but like, they have the technology. They might not have the capital.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I'm happy Planet X made the Shockwave because I was even looking at that today and going, "Oh, you sons of bitches! You know I want this. You know I've been asking for this. I can't get it because I mean I'm trying to like not buy more stuff before moving, but I'm sitting there going, "You sons of bitches! You know I wanted this."
Yeah, I think I, there have been some really cool figures that have come out in third party, but there's so many companies that are kind of falling by the wayside now. Just because of everything, and then the problem with that, with having smaller companies, or smaller amount of third party companies, is that it kind of makes you more of a target for Hasbro and Takara. I'm just saying, like, when there were many of you, it was hard for them to track you all down. Now there's only a few of them. It's a little worse.
No, it's gonna be tougher for them, but then I mean also with the whole like just ever since Siege really, it seems like Hasbro's been kind of like stepping up their game a little bit. Like we were talking earlier, they're actually making reasonably decent figures now, and it's like, wow, where has this been since the Prime Wars trilogy and before that even?
Yeah, I think having them, because they had like the masterpiece designer, the guy that did MP10 is who was working on Siege, and then eventually was working on like that's why Earthrise Prime transforms so well, because, and even though he has the tires on the back, that's really a Studio Ox reference, but that's kind of, you have people that are actually like, they know engineers and they're in charge of stuff now. So they're
Yeah.
like, look, we're going to make some good Transformer figures. And yeah, it's going to cost you a little more than a $14.99 did or a $10 did back in the Classics days. But hey, we're still not at the point to where, I mean, you have to think of like, okay, if you look at Generation 1, 1984, and you look at the prices that those figures were going for in like a JCPenney catalog or whatever they were in, right? And you
Yeah.
look at, you count them all up for how much money now, inflation and everything, all these years, we are still not paying Generation 1 toy prices like our parents or grandparents in some cases paid. Like, we are still getting cheaper toys now. People will say, well, they had diecast back then. Well, the diecast was made from recycled aluminum cans in Japan. So even they weren't paying that much for diecast. And I wouldn't want diecast in my toys now because they'd fall over all the time unless it's diecast in the feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think once we reach a deluxe being about, I think it's like 30, I think it was $36 and some change. Once a deluxe figure reaches $36 and some change, then we can complain about prices, because that means that we're back to the 1984 price scheme, and that's ridiculous because we're not in that kind of economy,
Yeah.
But $20 for a deluxe isn't bad. Even 25 is not bad. I don't want to be part of the problem. I'm just saying 25 is not that bad for the quality we're getting now.
That
Of
also depends
engineering
on
and
if
stuff.
they like keep this quality. Like I don't want them to go back to like Prime Wars quality and then be like, hello, by the way, $20 price tag, and I'm going, it.
Yeah, like the Alicon and Earthrise was kind of like, I don't know if this is quite worth $20. This is very hollow. But then you look on the other side of it, like the Quintesson Judge, okay, it's a little bit bigger. It doesn't have a real transformation. It's meant as like a playset thing because Quintessons don't transform, right? But
Mhm.
it's also more of like, okay, where you got to look, the way they do stuff now is like, a wave has a budget and they stay within that budget. So you're going to have characters like where if you just compare Siege Megatron and Siege Prime, obviously Prime got the majority of that budget.
Oh yeah.
Megatron didn't. He's got hollow forearms, like he's got little bits and pieces of him. His head like tucks down like a little turtle. Like none of it quite works right. But they've made that mold like 7 times now at this point, and they still haven't given him a flap on his forearms. It makes me very upset because that flap on the forearm is super easy to do. Even a KO company did it. They upsized him and gave him a flap. I was like, why can't Hasbro and Takara do that?
I think some unsung hero on thingiverse.com uploaded a file. It was like, hey, by the way, in case you want to fill this flap, you could 3D print it yourself. And I'm thinking, very well, as long as I can color match it.
Yeah, absolutely. And and it's a gray color, so it's not like a super difficult. Like you got all kinds of shit. You can even get like whole kinds of different shades just from like an apple barrel 50-cent paint in Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't have to be a super expensive paint either.
Exactly. No, my only issue is I don't know if I necessarily want to go and 3D print it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I mean, I'm of the mindset. I've been reminded of their quality difference every single time I've animated a fight between them, which I think now we're going on 2 or 3 times with that. I've been reminded of that difference every single time. And I'm like, oh, I'm done. I'm done with Megatron in that sense. I don't know if I want to do another Prime versus Megatron fight. I'm just going to let Megatron. He's always going to give orders in the background and not throw hands anymore, because then that means I don't have to animate him anymore.
Yeah, I think one of the things is like that Planet X Megatron, like the Fall of Cybertron version.
Mm-hmm.
That Megatron looks super awesome. I'd love to have that.
The Planet X Megatron is, without a doubt, like my favorite Megatron. The big thing for me is the spikes on his back constantly pop out.
And apparently they make people bleed. So
well, I haven't yet bled, but I haven't, dropped it on my foot spike first, so there's still a time.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There's still a chance.
Cyclonus has landing gear on his like front legs, like front shins or whatever. That is awesome.
That's cool. I mean, I can't wait to touch Cyclonus finally and be like, oh, finally my Cyclonus.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, there's not. I actually watched the '86 movie recently, and it is like I was watching it on Blu-ray, and I've not watched it a lot on Blu-ray. I've watched it on VHS ad nauseum. I've watched it on DVD, all the different versions. I've watched it online, but like the Blu-ray, there are still stuff I'm seeing to this day that I'm like, I didn't even know that, and it's it's weird because like you'll see stuff in the background you've never seen before. You'll see, like even like just watching it again, I'm like, wait a minute, like Scourge didn't even say anything in the movie, like at all. He didn't even talk because so we think that with a part where like when they're attacking after Unicron eats the moons and they go to attack Autobot City, and they're just like, you want me to gut Ultra Magnus? And be like, there's plenty of Autobots for you. It's like Ultra Magnus is mine. Well, in the script, Cyclonus says that line, do you want me to gut Ultra Magnus? And but the way that it's animated, like Cyclonus backs away with Galvatron in the cockpit, and then Scourge flies up, his head pops out. So you think it's Scourge is the one that says that line, but it's not. It's attributed to Cyclonus in the script and in the voice acting. And then, but before that, where whereas like Cybertron and all its moons belong to me, and then there's a sweep that's not Scourge, that's a sweep that says that, but we belong to him. And so Scourge doesn't say anything in the movie. And Cyclonus, like, okay, if we think that line, you want me to gut Ultra Magnus, let's say we attribute it to Scourge, then we don't hear Cyclonus. Like, I'm just like, these are two brand new toys, 2 brand new figures you're supposed to be advertising to kids, but they don't even have any speaking lines. It's like, that's really weird. Like, that's almost like they didn't know what they wanted him to sound like.
I mean, it's the same kind of thing, like in the sense where it just makes me think like they didn't necessarily think it through, or they just kind of got decided, you know what, we're not going to draw any new characters or whatnot at the same time, because like with the Cyclonus, there's like this spare Cyclonus that who the hell knows like who actually got turned into Cyclonus and who was the spare that you never see again.
Well, we know that because it's beneficial. It's Cyclonus is Skywarp, and
Yeah,
Scourge is Thundercracker. If we wouldn't have that argument if Bombshell had been in the background and Skywarp had been in the foreground. But because of
yeah,
that, there's always that the whole argument and stuff like that. But then we knew Thundercracker. Wait, did I say that backwards? But we knew Thundercracker was Scourge because he's in the center, and then the sweeps are to the right and left of him, right?
yeah,
So when you have, so we wouldn't have that debate, but it also makes sense that Skywarp would get promoted because he's the first one to get revived by Teletran 1 in Generation 1. And he pulls Megatron. He's like, Megatron, my leader, like, we are alive again, like, let's revive the other Decepticons. So Thundercracker probably wouldn't have done that, right? But Skywarp would have because he's loyal to Megatron. And so he
yeah,
kind of gets rewarded in the movie with being second in command because now Starscream's out of the picture or about to be. And Thundercracker, doesn't really get that much kind of love because he's not truly for the Decepticon cause. I think his Scourge he probably is, but even then he even betrays Galvatron later when he gets the Matrix from Rodimus Prime, and he uses the Matrix to empower himself. So
yeah.
Scourge isn't trustworthy in that respect. But it does not make any sense is that why are there 2 Cyclonuses? Because it says Cyclonus and his Armada, and it always says that in the script, and no matter what version you read, it never says Armada Commander like we would think, like here's this is Armada Commander. But it doesn't say there's 2 Cyclonuses. It just says, generic Decepticons, or reformatted or whatever, right? That's why it never said Thundercracker or Skywarp. It never said those. It just said whoever were the 84 and the 85 line that we're getting rid of, those are the ones that are thrown out, and those are the ones that are going to get reformatted into whatever we want. So that's kind of how that worked. But it's kind of weird because it doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, well, what is the second Cyclonus? And then the sweeps fly into the frame, and you're like, well, are the sweeps part of his Armada? Like, does he have dominion over Scourge? Like, and his sweeps are part of his Armada? Like, so it never really made any sense, that whole line.
Exactly. And then on top of that, like none of them speak either. It makes you
Right.
go, they didn't make them speak. They didn't even differentiate the characters' looks at all. I mean, like the sweeps are just posture, and Cyclonus is just there's just despair just somewhere around somewhere. Who knows what? Probably like committing like identity theft.
Right. He's like, I'm gonna ring up a lot of energon on Cyclonus's name.
He's like, I'm here to open up a checking account. Put the name under Cyclonus. I'm here to make some sports bets. Put it under Cyclonus.
Yeah, I'm not really quite sure how they decided to how they decided to go, like, I don't know. I feel like they did the sweeps just because, well, actually they were trying to do like the sweeps were not supposed to be able to fly. They were supposed to be land vehicles. That's why the original toys have wheels. So the idea was that those were hovercrafts, right? And then you have Cyclonus as an air vehicle, and then you have Galvatron as an artillery piece. So they kind of had like the land, air, and sea kind of thing going with like Unicron's heralds. That's kind of was the general idea. They just didn't stick to that, so they ended up making the sweeps. Oh, I'll just make them fly, because it was just easier for that whole plot and everything like that. And it looked cooler because Decepticons should be able to fly around, do whatever they want.
Oh, I was just reading one of the comments here for a second, and I was like, oh wow. He put down, I believe they plan to make Cyclonus an army builder as well as Scourge, hence why there was a second one.
That could make sense too. Yeah.
I mean, that could make sense, but were they thinking along that lines of people like, oh man, they'll buy two of them because there were two Cyclonuses? I don't know if they were thinking like that.
Well, I do know that the reason why they went with like all the different modes and stuff like that was because they were having to pay Porsche and Toyota and Nissan and like all this money and licenses and stuff for the vehicles, because that's always been a thing. That's been the problem with Masterpiece. It was the problem in Generation 1 as well. And so they were like, okay, if we make totally different modes that don't have anything to do with anything, we don't have to pay all these license fees. Like the Dinobots, you don't have to pay license fees. They're dinosaurs, like you make as many dinosaurs as you want. You never have to pay anybody a license fee unless you make a dinosaur that's like an Indoraptor or something, or an Indominus Rex. Then you're gonna have to pay, Amblin Entertainment or whatever the license, because you're using Jurassic Park stuff. But in this case, like it's funny because people have always thought that, okay, like Hot Rod came down, RC came down, Springer came down, and they're on Earth, and these are in their Cybertronian modes. They just didn't adopt Earth modes. They don't have to be in disguise. Well, I never thought that as a kid. I thought these were like, well, but the movie starts out with, it is the year 2005. So I was like, I thought they were future Earth vehicles. Like Hot Rod makes sense as a future Earth vehicle, like that's kind of how I saw it. But over time, we've kind of accepted that it's a Cybertronian mode of them.
Transport truck or something close to it.
Yeah.
No, he's a Cybertronian mode transport truck.
I mean, when you have like, what was it, Ultra Magnus, right? Like they kind of can't get away with that. You can't really have a Cybertronian mode because he's got Prime's trailer in the front, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, dude, this Cyclonus is like really neat. So you haven't packed away?
Yeah.
So when are you moving?
Probably around June, like early June.
Oh, okay. That's cool, man.
But just packing stuff up, getting the F out of Dodge.
So you're trying to get like as much animation, so you kind of have that way you don't have like a gap kind of in between.
Yeah, that and or either that or maybe I just just kind of like let it go for a little bit. I've done weekly uploads for since like 2017 practically, and that's exhausting. Like I could honestly like quit YouTube right now and not think twice about it, from like how burnt out I am from doing that. So I'm thinking like, okay, well, if I don't get all the content done, then you know what, it's not that bad. It's okay. I can live with it.
Well, you definitely don't want to, definitely can't really burn out on stuff. That is definitely a big thing. But I would say it would be a very sad day if you didn't make any more content. But if you still kind of hung out and still did like, with other animators and stuff like that, that would still be cool. You can't just leave us completely.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, like I'd still be on Discord and like hanging out and whatnot. I just wouldn't do like making new videos. Like that's what I meant. Like if I were just to stop one day and just decide, you know what, my computer blew up, I'm not going to buy a new one.
Yeah, there's a technology and budget that definitely kind of has an effect on it. Was that kind of? I think I remember the last live stream you said something like you were going to have like a bombshell or something like that. Was that kind of what you were aiming to, that you might stop for a while?
No. That one was actually that was my project that I was doing. The Cyclonus stop motion I've kind of talked about on Discord, but I haven't really announced here. By the way, there's a Cyclonus stop motion I'm doing.
You heard it first here, folks.
Yeah, I was going to announce it in the trailer. I probably still really will, but no, but that's what like Ultra Marcus, he's the voice of Cyclonus in it because I heard him in his own series. I'm like, holy shit, I gotta get him to do this.
Yeah, he does a fantastic Cyclonus. He does an awesome. What was the other one? I think he does a really good Scourge too. And I was telling him, we were talking about Scourge and stuff. Ultra Marcus is an awesome guy. I know he's
Yeah.
probably asleep right now, but he'll listen to this later. So, but yeah, he does some really amazing work.
Later, let's talk shit then.
Yeah, Ultra Marcus, why aren't you here, you bastard?
He can't. Why can't he just watch it live? It's only like what 4 a.m., 4 and 5 a.m. maybe.
Exactly.
I'd be awake by now. No, but he did an amazing Cyclonus. I heard that and I was like, oh shit! They're like first thing I thought of when I was like, okay, I'm doing the project. Without a doubt, like first person I thought I gotta ask him.
Yeah, I love his Lord Zarak as well. It's just so good.
I mean, when you listen to his the projects he does, he goes like all out for that one. You can just tell like he puts everything into Lord Zarek or Lord Zarak. I never pronounce it right, so I can't pronounce shit. Damn it.
It could be either one, I think. You know, he's a Nebulan, so like it could be whatever accent he wants to have. Or Ultra Marcus will correct us on it. What it really is it Zarak or Zarak?
I'm gonna let him correct it, and then I'll sit there and butcher it anyways because
it'll be more fun.
I can't pronounce it right. I'm never going to. I'm not even going to try to. I mean, I'm not in a series, so thankfully I don't have to pronounce it right. If I was in a series, I'd have to constantly harass him. Like, how do you pronounce this? How do you do it?
Well, see, like I think you mentioned, like you hadn't watched or hadn't read a lot of the older IDW comics. Is that right? Just kind of select ones here and there.
I've only read Spotlight, Cliffjumper.
Yeah, there's well, you read All Hail Megatron, didn't you?
Nope.
I mean, your name's based off of it. What? Oh my God! You haven't even read All Hail Megatron?
No, I looked around it when I was deciding on what comics I was going to read because I wanted to get into the IDW, but I never did. I was looking around at the covers and I was like, "Oh, the Cliffjumper one looks interesting," so I read that based off the cover.
That's hilarious.
That was it.
I thought you read something. I just assumed it because of the name. Like, really?
Nope. The name was I made as a 16, 17-year-old kid thinking I was cool and like, oh, everyone's going to love me because I have that kind of name.
Oh,
and then the 1000 came from YouTube just giving me a number because it wouldn't let me be just All Hail Megatron.
That's funny, man. That's too funny.
Yeah, I wasn't going to be 1000. I wouldn't have done that at all. And then I was like, oh, wow, All Hail Megatron 1000. That rolls off the tongue. No.
Well, I'll say there are a lot of cool storylines that are in like in the IDW comics and a lot of characters that there are figures for it. It probably might make you want to buy other characters that you don't have and make storyline for them. But some of the stuff that's in there is really good, particularly if you get past like phase 1 of the comics, then it starts to get really good. What's really funny reading it though, because I stopped around the time, I think it was before phase 2 happened. I was almost to the end of phase 1, but we didn't call it that, right? We didn't know that's what it was called yet. And I was just like, I'm done with this comic. Like I stopped reading all the Transformers comics. I stopped. I told my comic guy, I said, look, stop getting this for me. These are terrible stories. Because at one point it was like whatever artist it was, I was just like, this is terrible art. I can't get into this because they kept flipping back and forth from like Earth to like I think the Lost Light or something. I don't know. They were flipping back and no, not the Lost Light, not yet. They were flipping back and forth from Cybertron to Earth, and there was it was just terrible artwork, and then there was another, like the one that was on Earth. Like I didn't care about that storyline at all. I didn't care about any of those characters, and I was just like, this is just terrible writing. Like I'm out. And so I left, and then some of my friends recently, they were rereading the comics and they were doing like uploading like on YouTube of like, hey, you know, like we're gonna start going through the comics from phase 1 to phase 2, and we did it offline, and we kind of got up to the part of phase 2 and stopped, and then they started doing the uploading thing because we did it offline first. But I was just like, these are really great storylines. I can't believe I was 2 issues away from a super major event. Like literally 2 issues away from a super major event that would have set off a cascade of other things. But once I
And
got
you were
past
telling
phase
the
1,
guy, this is horrible. Don't recommend this to me anymore.
yeah, right. But because I wasn't, if somebody else wasn't reading it, I wasn't going to read it, you know, alone for sure. Because I was just like, I don't care about these stories anymore. But it's actually pretty good. It's way better than what they have right now in the comic stores. That whole new era is not good.
Ooh. Any recommendation of TF characters I should draw right now?
Well, just the character personality, like I mentioned him before, but Swerve would work really well in just about anything, any series you made. Life of Prime, United, War for Cybertron. Swerve would just be like your lighthearted comedic character. Like he literally is right up your alley and kind of the comedicness that he does.
That was a comment someone left on the live chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, any recommendation of a Transformers characters I should draw right now? And I was thinking like, oh shit,
Cyclonus.
Cyclonus, draw Swerve, draw
Swerve on top of Cyclonus.
very well.
Yeah, that's what he should do.
If this were Alex on Discord, I would probably be getting a drawing I do not want to see. Just based on that alone, draw Swerve on top of Cyclonus. Dear God. Hunter and I have been texting back and forth on we're seeing man, Alex put some weird stuff in the Discord and oh my God.
Conversations, I don't know. Sometimes it's sometimes on the Discord, one channel is like, okay, we're talking about stuff, and then there's a bunch of Transformers stuff, and I'd be like, shouldn't I be in the Transformers channel? And then we go to the Transformers channel, and it's we're talking about stuff. We'd be like, okay, shouldn't this be about Transformers? It's we don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, I used to enforce the rules on that a lot stricter, but now I realize that there's just way too many people in there. It's just more people are joining. There's just no way I'm going to be able to keep up with it anymore. So I'm getting a little looser with it, but also at the same time, I also realize most people are there for Transformers anyway. So when someone talks about Transformers and something else, I'm like, everyone's here for the same thing pretty much.
Yep. We're all here for those puzzle toys that flip back and forth from Crush the Robot.
Except me, I'm here only for the G.I. Joe tab. Yet to be used.
Man, that channel got super dead. There was no interest in G.I. Joe.
Yeah, I should probably just X that one out, because I think the only message in there is me asking should I get the G.I. Joe classified line, and then no response.
Well, it's been really bad. The scalpers have just latched on to Joe, because you have to understand that G.I. Joe fans haven't had anything for since the 50th anniversary line, and then they get this line and a little bit of the retro wave, and it's just they see a demand, and scalpers just started buying up everything, and now people are abandoning the line because they're I don't want a G.I. Joe Viper or whatever for $90, or a Baroness for $200. They're just this is ridiculous. When they're 40 and 20 in the store, right? So yeah. It's really soured it. But Hasbro, see, the thing with that is okay, so they get a factory, and they say, okay, great, we got a factory for this amount of time, and here's a 10,000 or 20,000 run of figures, whatever they contracted for, right?
Mhm.
And then they get those figures made, they push them out, they get distributed wherever they want from, because the retailer is going to put them wherever they want in their stores. And then it's kind of been an inside joke with like the GI Joes at Target are a Target exclusive. Well, they're really not. They're a Target employee exclusive because they're back there in the back, and then they're taking them home, and then they're scalping the money paid. So
Oh yeah.
it's like, ooh, Target employee exclusive, you know, like new Cobra Island coming up.
I mean, these Target employees are getting paid $12 an hour, and they're like, "I'm going to make up for these missed wages."
Exactly. It's like, man, these people keep asking us for Joes. These are $20. How much are these going for? $80. Man, I could just 4 times that money. So that's kind of what they're doing, right? And it's been pretty bad because they were using stuff like BrickSeek, and I forget what the other website was. Pop Finder. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And so now both those sites don't work because all these GI Joe fanatics were like telling them, "Well, I see it on BrickSeek, I see it on Pop Finder," and they're like, "Huh? What is this? And because it skims their websites, right? And they're not supposed to do that. So
Oh,
it even says on there, like, I think BrickSeek even says, like, don't tell the Target employees about this website. You know, they were trying to keep it on the down low, but then now they don't work. So like, great, now you guys screwed it all up. But yeah, they totally went nuts for those GI Joe stuff.
yeah.
I don't know. A 6-inch figure is great. It works great with Marvel Legends, right? Like it kind of all fits in. You got some Thundercats out there, some He-Man figures. They all kind of have their 6-inch thing, but it's just like that's a lot of room taken up for one figure. Like that's like every figure's a Voyager, kind of in a way. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's a lot of room. So I'm in for the 3 3/4 Joes from time to time, but I'm not a GI Joe fan per se. I've only seen a few. I've seen the '86 movie, and I've seen a few episodes of the original. I used to watch GI Joe Extreme, I think, in the '90s, but otherwise, I haven't seen anything really GI Joe. I haven't even watched the live action movies all the way through. So
I mean, you're not
I don't
missing
even
much
know.
of those ones.
Yeah, that's what everybody tells me. It's like you're not missing anything. But
I
they
mean, the
said that
first
about the
one is
last night as
definitely the
well.
better of them, but if you're watching the second one, just don't finish it at all.
Yeah, I heard they kind of like killed everybody in the second
They
movie
did.
just
They
so they
kill
could
all the
start
main
over.
characters in like the first 10 minutes, and you're like, "Oh shit!" And
It's
it's like
like
they
that's
clearly did that just so they could have like The Rock as the main character, and you're like, hey, "No."
it's like so you're gonna do this reboot on screen. Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. You said that way they don't have to answer. Hey, where's Duke? Oh, Duke is dead. Hey,
Yeah.
where's this person? Oh, they're dead. Hey, where's everyone from the first movie? They're fucking dead.
See, and I use them like I collected the GI Joes like at the Dollar General and the Toys R Us, like the 3 3/4 inch, and just scooped a bunch of them up because like the Retaliation movie, that's the second one I think, that one didn't do well, so a lot of them were on clearance everywhere. And I use them for the original purpose was to use them in a Terminator Future War scene because most of them are in soldier garb, so that looks like, hey, these guys can fight 3 3/4 inch Terminators.
Yeah.
Now at the time we didn't have 3 3/4 inch Terminators. Then Terminator Salvation comes out and they make 3 3/4 inch endoskeletons, and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. This is exactly what I needed. Now I don't have to make it all myself. But then their articulation's not so good because it was Playmates, you know. So, but it still kind of works. But then I'm also a big fan of Gundam, and it's funny that Mark says in there Whoopa Gundam style instead of Gangnam style. But the GI Joe figures work really well for pilot figures and stuff like that if you have little sets and things because they're really articulated. But otherwise, that's the only reason I would ever get GI Joe. Because I mean, unless it's Scarlet, because she's a redhead and she's hot. So
Gotta respect the honesty.
oh, absolutely,
Also priorities, so you're not wrong.
right? I can't believe the Cyclonus has landing gear. This is crazy.
You can't believe the Cyclone is what?
I can't believe this. The Kingdom site. I can't believe the Cyclonus figure has landing gear. Like we haven't seen that on figures for a while now.
Oh yeah.
So that's cool.
No, I went and 3D printed the I think it's like the IDW sword he has.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because I saw that on Thingiverse and I was like, oh, I'm doing that. Immediately did it and I butchered the handle or the hilt, so hopefully no one notices that.
As
Because
long
it
as you
did.
don't mention it, like on a live stream or anything.
Yeah, I know that would be a shame, right? Yeah, no, I had some trouble. It was not going together like it should. There's supposed to be like a little tab that's supposed to insert the actual handle to the blade mount,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't line up. And I was like, oh shit, I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Now,
Wait,
with as much 3D printing experience as I have, I should have just sanded it down. No,
yeah,
my
he's supposed to
dumbass thought it was
have.
a good idea to take scissors and clip it apart. I'm like, gosh, dang, this is just destroying everything.
Did they also include like a different head where he has like one horn instead of two?
I don't know. The thing file I
Because
only found was just for the sword.
yeah, it's kind of what they do. Is he has a sword in the old IDW comic, and then he has like one of his horns is broken on his head, and it's kind of like his shtick kind
Yeah,
of thing. Like he's an old warrior.
yeah. No, I didn't find one a head, or maybe there was one, and I just didn't look. But I was just gonna stick with the sword, and then I painted it kind of a generic color too, so it doesn't even match like the Cyclonus paint for the sword. Because originally in my brain, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna use this for the Stratosphere project. And then I started thinking about it, and I'm thinking, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna go with a different sword altogether. Like,
Well,
oh
I really like the trailer for Stratosphere. I think that's going to be really cool.
yeah. Well, the sword I used in that was originally going to be the Cyclonus sword, and I was like, no, I want it to actually transform. I can't transform a giant sword that comes from a hilt or a sheath.
We'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post. The sheath will transform out.
And then you're like, wait a minute, I am post. Damn it.
Wait a minute, I got to do that. Shit, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's pretty tedious to have like if you can okay, so like let's say for example you have like the sword and you kind of make it look like it grows, right? And
Yeah.
this is kind of going to be like that's what she said kind of movement. But you make it look like it grows on screen, but you're having to spend every time for every frame that goes up there. So I almost feel like let's just put like a blinding flash of light there. That way it can grow faster. And then that way it just like, I don't have to put as much Photoshop into this now because there's a blinding light that everybody sees.
I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea of that. But I've already committed to the one sword.
Right.
And that
Gaming Rex.
That was close to like a 4-hour export to get that one little part there. So I don't want to go through that again. That was way too long.
So Gaming Rex says, is it worth it to get human minifigs for a Transformers stop motion project?
It's a good question. I would say no, but that's only because I don't dabble in that at all.
Yeah, there's kind of a reason why a lot of people use the Lego, little Lego men, because they're so easy to get and they're ridiculously cheap and they're just articulated enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could. I would almost say like, is this going to be a reoccurring character? Are they going to be important? So that could be like, maybe pick up a Marvel Legends, customize it, or if they're just background characters, then just get some Legos or little Micro Machine men, military men, and just call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends too if you have them in the shot at the same time. Like if it's in the shot at the same time, then Unless you're doing a green screen, you can like digitally make the person smaller. Lego's probably the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah, that works too. I know like probably some of the best like Transformer type scale has been the Human Alliance figures, but those are way expensive to find nowadays, and you don't have a lot of faces for those because they're all in suits and stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, I found because my brother he's really big into Lego, so I've never had like Lego. I've never not had Legos at my disposal really.
Mm-hmm.
But he collects like a lot of like the Lego City ones, though. Like the city builds like the city town hall and the city. I guess there's like a. I guess there was now like a mechanic shop or something like that. There's like a bunch of them. I used them in the Lugnut video that I made, or a bunch of them. But what I'm finding is like these Lego City sets are the perfect scale for Transformers. In
Pretty
like
much.
I think probably like the movie verse ones or the studio series, they're the best scale for them. But I sat there, I was like, "Huh, this is interesting." But I mean, getting the that's for sets though. For minifigs, I mean, like I really don't use minifigures unless I like absolutely can't avoid it. But at the same time, I just try to avoid human characters altogether unless I can't avoid it.
Yeah, I think it's like there's a lot of stories you can tell with humans, but it's like when you start trying to develop the story, I'm just like, you know what? I don't care about the humans anymore. I care about the Transformers.
Exactly. I mean, like that's the Transformers fan in us. That's like we've got enough human storylines and Transformers movies for Michael Bay. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
It's kind of the same thing with like monster movies, right? Like I recently saw Godzilla versus Kong, and have you seen it yet, or are you gonna see it?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Okay, I know you put out the animation, but I wasn't sure if you'd seen it.
No, that was the thing on Instagram. I don't know if you saw it. I put out and I was like, I hate the theater.
But that's weird. I wonder why I didn't get an update on your Instagram. That's strange. I'll have to go look at
It was just a story. It wasn't actually a post or anything like that.
Oh, okay. Because I usually see your posts, so but yeah, the stories I guess are timed.
It sat there. There was a screen they had on there. It was just playing like pop music on Spotify or something like that. It was just a heavy logo and said "Enjoy the show," and it went on for like 40 minutes. Honestly,
oh yeah, because they had no trailers for anything, right?
No, there was no trailers too. Someone just forgot to like flip a switch and actually start the movie. Is really what it was.
That's ridiculous.
So we sat there for 45 minutes listening to someone's Spotify playlist, like "Enjoy the show," sponsored by Chevy. Great, cool. When we start the movie, it's 45 minutes late.
Well, so like, there's always the reason why I was bringing it up was because like the biggest thing was like with the newer movies, like the Godzilla 2014 had way too much human scenes in it, not enough Godzilla. Then they added some monster fights and better with well-known monsters, not just a Muto, but like Rodan and Mothra and King Ghidorah. It's like, okay, cool. Like we kind of got like big monster fights here. Then they had the human scenes were just terribly written. They were written to be funny, but they weren't. They were coming off way too corny, and they weren't even funny as corny most of the time. And then this movie comes out, and the human scenes are very few, and they tried not to interrupt the monster scenes as much. They still had their comedy from time to time, but it wasn't quite as annoying as the movie before. And I'm like, hey, they're kind of listening that a monster movie should be about the monsters because those are your characters that people are coming to see.
I know, right? It's almost like Hasbro should get the picture, Allspark Studios, whatever they're calling it. Take notes.
Yeah,
Transformers I mean, that's fans want Transformers in the movie.
I mean, I like the War for Cybertron trilogy and the extent that I'm glad we don't see any humans. But now they're making us go into Beast Wars, and I'm like, I don't know quite how this is going to work because a cheetah shouldn't be the same size as an Optimus Prime semi-trailer. So I don't know quite how you're going to do this, but we'll figure it out in a couple of months.
Oh, that comes out in a couple months.
Well, I think it's like, I forget if it's June or July or something like that, but yeah, it'll be in the
Shit.
summer.
Damn it. I wanted to be switching over to Kingdom by the time that was coming out. I'm nowhere near that.
Oh, let me see what the real date is for it.
Oh, damn it.
But yeah, it's definitely this year. Yeah, they try to keep them kind of like the year after, but 2020 screwed a lot of that up. So let's see here. Transformers Kingdom release date. What does it say? May 30th. That's not right. That's what it was supposed to be, but it changed.
Maybe they're going back to May 30th?
Nope, they went to, because that's when the last one was supposed to come out, but they pushed it back and they pushed this one back too. So July, okay, so it says one of the, okay, let's see here. This one, Netflix Transformers War for Cybertron Kingdom was originally rumored to be in May, has been officially announced the final segment of trilogy will be airing July 2021. So that's when Kingdom will be out.
Okay, so I might get one more Earthrise episode out, and then I'm behind. Damn it.
Well, I think it'll probably be July 30th or something. I think that's what they did for last year, if I remember correctly, or it was June 30th or something like that. But yeah, I mean, you'll have that amount of time too. So.
Dang it. That's shit. I deserve this one, actually. I had this one coming because I was like, oh, I'll take more time between the Earthrise episodes and space them out a little more because I figured Kingdom would be a little minute before we saw it. So I was like, shoot, man, I got some time. I don't want to like burn through Earthrise and then start Kingdom way before it. And now I'm like, oh no, I waited too long. No.
Well, I think like, okay, so if you come up with your like Kingdom stuff, like if you just kind of like push it out around that time, then that gets popularity toward it because you're like, oh, what's this Kingdom thing? Oh, this is, different than the Netflix one, right?
Yeah.
And then as you continue on, as you've already kind of created your own story, then like that happens at the same time. So I think that works. I mean, you're both stories are different, but if you can time it to where you can get a Kingdom episode out maybe before it airs, then you can draw attention to you at the same time everybody's getting to the Netflix one.
Oh yeah, I mean that's it's always the trick there. I mean, like I'll admit I'm a crafty son bitch. Like this, I put out the full. I took every episode of Siege and I put it in one video, and I was like, oh man, I don't have anything ready for Earthrise. I know what I'll do. The day Earthrise comes out, I'm gonna drop this whole giant Siege movie, basically. That thing is now one of my most popular videos.
Yeah, it's really good, man. Like I love your animations. I love how I really love how you tell a story. That's what I think. Even when I was watching your old stuff, recently, like watching your old stuff. Recently,
I'm sorry you had to bear witness to that.
but I'm like, the story is still there. And then like it was so weird because I was watching like Blurred Lines and when like a little bit of the United one, and then all of a sudden you drop like a movie version of them, and I'm like, what the? It's like you knew I was watching them, but I didn't tell you, right? So I'm just watching them, hitting the like button, But yeah, like the movies and stuff, like it's so cool to see like how far you've come with like special effects and kind of, but your storytelling is still like it's just has been good from day one. And I'm not just saying that just because I'm on here in the stream or I'm in the Discord or whatever. I mean, like literally, like you have the best story.
I'd give you mad respect if you came on the live stream. Like, oh yeah, by the way, also you're shit.
They're like, yeah, we're banning that guy.
Well, no, it's not ban that one. That means I would say you did something no one has done. That's come on the channel with like close to 22,000 people who could be exposed. Not all of them would watch it, obviously, but if say all of them were to, and then you tell me to my face, you're shit.
Yeah, see, that's what.
Oh man, you just earned my respect right there.
But seriously though, like that's what I've always liked. Like, it's funny that you. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, and I don't know, since we're talking about this. So the War for Cybertron, I know you didn't quite like it, right? Like you weren't as impressed with it, right?
Not
But it
the
was so funny when I first watched it. Before I knew your opinion, when I first watched Siege, I was like, this is like an all hail Megatron 1K storyline. Like you're taking bits and pieces from other stuff, bringing it together, trying to make a storyline. And now we know they kind of really didn't do anything with it, right? But that's their fault. So, but I was like, this really feels like we're watching like like an all hail Megatron production in the way that this is kind of going. You're putting little seeds here and there, right? So it's funny that you don't like it, but then I'm like, it reminded me of your stuff.
I see. Yes. Well, I mean, that actually makes sense because I don't like my own stuff either. But I can't watch it. I sit there and I critique it too heavily. I can't sit there and watch and be like, okay, cool. Let's sit back and actually enjoy something I made. 5 seconds in, I hate it.
It is kind of weird to see like there's so many people like you watch like the credits and stuff and you see everybody that's voicing everything and you're like, dude, I know that person or I know that channel, or like, oh man, that one's not around anymore, like whatever happened to him or her, right? And it's just it's so cool to have that history, that legacy of all of that collaboration, like all the way back then. It's just so awesome. And then you'll see that, and then like the next video will be like, "Oh, I'm a 500 subscriber," and I'm like, "Dude, you only had 500 subscribers at that time, but involved the entire community."
Yeah,
So
yeah. I remember like doing something like that, and then like I had guys like Swagwave and some of them in some videos, and that was back when I had like something like 50 subscribers. And he and I were talking like pretty regularly at that time, not a whole lot, but pretty like semi-regularly. And I'm like, oh yeah, hey, what's up? Hey, can you do this real quick?
yeah, and they also had I think it's that is it that one guy that does the voices, or that crap, what was his name? Because it changed a couple of times, but it was like the guy that does many voices, or that one guy, or that one voice actor or VA or something like that. Forget, I can't think of a character that he did, but I know he did a lot of different voices and stuff for it. And then seeing TFA 1024 working with you back then, that was cool.
Yeah.
And it was funny because he was doing a prowl, like the Combiner Wars prowl, or was it? No, it was the Classics prowl. He was doing Classics prowl. And then like in a recent production with like Wolfman Productions, like he did the voice of Prowl in that one too, with the Ironhide, the Ironhide story. And I was just like, that's hilarious. Like TFA 1024 did Prowl, and there's like years and years and years span between the two, right?
Yeah, you never know what happens. Like next, you do voice for one person, next thing you know, someone else saw it, and now you're typecast as that character. Like for me, like everyone, whenever they're doing something with Predaking because of Swagway's videos, I usually get asked to do Predaking. For people, I'm like, shit. Do you know how much screaming that involves? I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, it's crazy, like to think of like all the stuff, all the work and everything. And I like how you have like you've worked with like so many different people. That's super awesome. It's really like like a stop motion animators unite kind of thing.
I mean, I don't know what happened. Maybe I missed something, but it doesn't seem to happen so much anymore.
See, and I wonder if like it's because I really think it's because of like at some point you were like during the whole COPPA thing, like your channel got earmarked for that, and like me, like for example, I was subscribed to you, and I was getting all the notifications. But like my buddy Input, he was subscribed to you, but if he went to your channel, it said this channel has been marked for kids, and somehow it had done that for his version of it. So he couldn't even turn on notifications. He had to unsubscribe and resubscribe. Then he could turn on notifications and everything. Like somehow he got stuck in that part where your channel got stuck in the COPA thing. And then that's where you and it wasn't just you, it was a whole host of tons of people across YouTube, right? Because YouTube's like, okay, we don't want to give anybody else ad money. We want to give everybody at the top because we screwed up. We stepped on our own dick when we talked to the FCC because we lied to them. And then, that's what YouTube did. They literally lied to the FCC, and that's what all happened, right? Mm-hmm. And then, so then they were just, okay, we're just going to pay these people at the top, and just have everybody go to them. And so it kind of your channel got caught in that, others did. And then it was sad because a bunch of stop motion animators, they're just it's not worth it, I'm only getting 10 views, I'm out. And it was sad to see people shut down their channels and stuff, or even just go to different formats. And which was okay, but it was kind of easier to have everybody in one place and get notifications for this. But I don't know. I wish we'd know how many other people. I don't know how else you can get the word out to them other than making a video about it. But the community posts seem to help out a lot. So I don't know. This is weird that your channel got stuck into that little COPA void.
Yeah, see, if I didn't have the marketing background that I do, I wouldn't care so much. But my issue is I do have the marketing background, and I do use the channel as a supplement for the resume. Hey, look, by the way, when I tell you I'm a video marketing certified, here's the evidence of that. And then they see right. Oh yeah, you've gone up 3 subscribers this month, right, bud? And I'm like, oh shit, no. I swear I was good once.
And I know you mentioned in the Discord as a superstitious, you're not very superstitious. I'm very superstitious. But it's funny that you said after a logo change or whatnot, but it really wasn't that. It was at that same time COPPA was happening at the same time. So it was probably more coincidence than the logo change did it,
I mean, maybe, but it started really when I switched over to the glitch, which was actually before I even moved here to Virginia. I was still in Washington at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And that was COPPA wasn't even a thing yet. At least I don't think it was. I mean, I didn't start hearing about COPPA till September, and I had moved here in June 2019.
Yeah, I think it wasn't until October they were trializing it out on channels and making people mad. So
yeah, so my channel started dropping off in June, and I was like, what the hell? So I mean, I kind of it probably is COPPA, and you're right, but I kind of noticed a decline starting right around June. So I'm like, okay, well, I changed to the glitch. Maybe I've given people epilepsy and they can't watch anymore.
It's funny because I do have that kind of concern when I work with channel art and stuff. It's there are people that have intros that are loud as hell, and it's just dude, you can't have a 90 decibel intro and then you walk into the rest of the video. It's okay guys, so here I am, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. you gotta work with sound levels, right? But it's also on the tail end of that too, right? Say they're watching a video and it's a real quiet moment and it's oh, dun dun dun, to be continued, and then they come up with super loud music on the other end of it. So but if you get something that kind of gradually kind of brings them in and they're like, man, that was really cool, and they're kind of listening to the credits music, it's kind of right. And that I kind of think of it like that, they're watching a little mini movie. So when you get to the credits music, and then that's showing them, okay, here's the channel, here's the next 2 videos,
Mhm.
So like your music's like super catchy, and like it's like a boom boom, and then like your emblem flashes at the same time.
Yeah.
But maybe the glitch thing, I don't know. At the end, maybe that has been kind of warded people off. But
I don't know, because I love the glitch, but now I've also
yeah,
gotten to the point where I can't stand the song anymore. Like I hear that and I'm like, fucking shut it off. I hate it so much. I've been listening to this song now for fucking 7 years. I'm done with it. I hate the song.
But it's funny because like when you try to rebrand, right? Like it can be a dangerous thing on that side of it too. So like you rebrand it and then people are like, what is this? I don't even know what this is.
Yeah. I mean, it could go very. I could probably actually. I don't know if
Like,
it'll play or whatnot. Share screen. Yes, share the infinite. Woo!
yeah, it should play a video if you share the screen from it or a tab or
Yeah.
whatnot.
Oh, damn, that's loud. Fuck. People are trying to sleep. It's 1. Yeah, I'm not doing anything fancy. I just took out the emblem, changed the song.
Yeah, see? It's kind of
Just
cool.
something simple.
I like the 80s style on it, and a lot of people in the Discord were liking that too.
Yeah.
It's kind of like retro is back.
I've been on a neon kick, so I'm like, yes, we're going to do that. And then I thought, oh, well, I can't do neon for the outro, so we're going to do retro wave. I was going to put an audio visualizer around the logo too, so I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do like I wish I had After Effects. It would be so much fun to use. But once I get a new computer, I'll probably look more into that.
Yeah. I mean, like I wasn't planning on changing the intros. I probably should just have like one unified intro rather than like a Transformers one and a Marvel one and a Power Rangers one. I should probably just have one unified one. But that's effort, so I don't want to do that.
Yeah, but I like the All Hell Megatron 1K with like the Marvel like cinematic thing. Like that's always kind of cool. I don't know. You think that splits the audience though when you have different intros, like because I always think that like Transformer fans are always going to watch Marvel stuff.
I mean, like I've thought about that, but then again, also at the same time, my channel is just so weird. Like so many people only subscribe because of what I did with the Venom videos, and then they only watch Marvel. Some people only watch Transformers. Now, I had one Power Rangers video that kind of took off, so now there's people who are only there for Power Rangers. So it's kind of weird. It's always.
It does diversify like your content, right? So that way you don't get burnt out on one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it also is kind of like then you have a Transformers video, and then you have a bunch of people that are saying, "When's your Power Rangers video coming out? When's your Power Rangers video out?" And you're like,
I laugh because I see that all the time. I'm like, "Oh, when's the next episode of Transformers United?" I'm like, "Oh."
I'd be like, "That doesn't even have anything to do with this video." Like, but it's a new video, so they think you're going to pay attention to it right away, right? So they're just like, I'm first comment.
The first comment one, I sit there and go, why? You realize it doesn't matter to me, right? I schedule these videos. I don't watch them live. I don't see them until like right before I'm hitting the sack to go to bed.
Oh yeah, and then you punch it, right? You punch it up, and you're like, okay, go live. And then like 3 minutes into like a 20-minute video, they're like, oh, first comment. I'd be like, yeah, you didn't even watch it, dude. It's only been on live for 3 minutes, man.
It's only been on live for 3 minutes.
Even if you're watching this at 2 times, you're not going to be able to go through the whole thing.
I mean, you can skip to the end, but you missed the beginning. So you're not.
You don't even know what happened.
Also, you got to type first and then constantly refresh the page to make sure you actually were first.
Right? And they're like, oh man, there's 2 other people that were first. Who's the real one?
Yeah, no, but I've always laughed about that. Like people, I tell people this. I've never been secretive about it, but like I schedule the uploads and then I don't really see them again. Like I don't see any of the comments until like 6-7 hours later. I'm like, all right, let's see what's the damage, and I'm like, oh, the video's underperforming. Damn, turn it off, and then I don't look again till the next morning. I'm like, how's it doing? Okay, it's doing a little better. It picked up traction over the night. Okay, let's check the comments now.
That's kind of cool.
I get a little frustrated over the view count because I should probably ease back on it because I know that obviously my channel's kind of dead right now, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, I don't have 1,000 views right now. Fuck YouTube.
But is it like, have you figured out, like, is it different days that works better? Like, does a Sunday night work better than a Saturday morning? Does a Friday night work better than a Wednesday afternoon? You know, like, have you figured out any of that at all?
Between 3 and 5 p.m. Eastern time is the best upload time because that is the highest volume of traffic on YouTube.
Interesting.
Or maybe I think it's actually. Man, I should try 6 o'clock Eastern time because I used to do 3 p.m. when I was in Washington, and that's West Coast time, and that's when I was getting my best viewership. So I should try 6 p.m. here on the next one.
See, and I wonder too, like, so let's say you put like a certain time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, but the majority of your, we'll just say your audience for the effect of it, like the majority of your audience, like, they're in whatever part of the world, right? There's a certain time zone. Yeah. And so you've kind of done it after they've gone to bed or right as they're going to bed. They're getting ready for bed. They don't have time. They're eating dinner, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And so then they're like, oh, okay, cool. Like, like I'll watch it later. And then they forget about it. And then a whole week goes by and then they don't watch it, right? And so that's why the watch time goes down. That's why the view count goes down because they were aware of it. They got the notification, but they didn't get to watch it because of whatever time it was. So that's why I'm curious, like, if you experiment, like, it's like, oh, I'm going to do this a couple more hours earlier than I normally do, or try this one on a different day, and, kind of see how that all works.
Oh, yeah. Like, a lot of time, like, I've been hooked on, I keep going back to it because I haven't been quite able to figure out what the best time is since I moved here to Virginia, obviously. Like, with everything that I've been constantly having, like, views going down, I'm like, okay, this isn't working. This isn't working. Let's just go to the safe bet, 3 o'clock on Saturday. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, shit. 3 o'clock on a Saturday is not the same 3 o'clock it was. No. Uh-oh. I need to commit and do 6 p.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. Western time on Saturday. That's the highest volume of traffic because it's right around that time on a Saturday when everyone's kind of winding down from whatever morning to mid-afternoon activity they were doing.
Right.
The people who've been waiting all day to do whatever evening activity they're going to be doing.
Because there's no Saturday morning cartoons, right? So it would be kind of funny if like if there's none of that, right? Then add Saturday morning uploads and then be like, well, there's a whole nother group of people that's watching in the morning on Saturday or waiting for a video.
I've never tried a morning. The research I had done always pointed towards like that hour range, just because of the reason I said, like, everyone's winding down from whatever morning activity they were doing to the people who've done nothing all day and they're about to get ready to start doing that evening activity. Like, it's the highest volume of people on YouTube at that time, so that's always why I've uploaded in that time range.
Yeah, I think with the exception of like live shows. Anytime I've ever uploaded content, I just it's uploading and then immediately publish. So like I never really kind of save anything in reserve. Like I've done that before, but then I've had to fix something in it, and so then it gets taken down, right? And then I got to put it back up. So, but it would be kind of cool to kind of have stuff in the bank a little bit. The original idea from my channel was to do that, because I have like a ton of reviews, and they're not even Transformers related. But I have a ton of reviews that I still have. They just haven't been edited. But they're for the like some of them are for The Walking Dead, and it's like it's kind of a dead like franchise thing to do now. And like it's funny to listen to irony, right? But it's funny to listen to like when I go back and watch those reviews, and my girl at the time, who's now my wife, she was just like, man, these are like really good. You went through a lot of different points and everything. And I was like, thanks, like it's cool. But you go back and watch them now, and I mentioned Toys R Us, and I'm like, there's no Toys R Us in America anymore.
Like, oh, this did not age well.
Right?
Yeah, no, but next upload, save it for Saturday between like 3 and 6 p.m. your time. It'll be the initial traffic, the initial turnout will be better than. It may not be drastically better, but it will be better than the norm.
Yeah, Gaming Rex says he's usually up 6 a.m. in the morning. But what time? But what time? Eastern, Central? Where are you at, Gaming Rex? Like, how's that time frame work? It's 6 o'clock morning for everybody at one point.
I mean, if you say you're up at 6 in the morning and that's like Eastern time, great. I mean, that I was up back at that time too in Washington, that exact time, 3 a.m. every morning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now if I upload it, like 3 a.m. my time here, it's gonna be midnight for them. This is something I always laugh about. I see a lot of people do this. They upload at midnight, right?
Right.
And then they don't see the video till the next morning. Like I noticed Swagwave does this a lot. And I'm watching. I'll see like the upload time. I'm like, oh, what did he do? Like 1 in the morning? What the fuck? Like no one's online, unless most of your audience is in China.
Yeah, he did that. He did that on the I think the Godzilla one or whatnot. And I was about to go to bed, and he uploaded the Godzilla one. I was like, well, I guess I'm staying up to watch this. So, but what was funny is when I commented, like nobody had any, like it was just a couple of comments or whatnot. And so I commented, and then I start to go back to bed after that. And then all of a sudden I was like, Swagwave has liked your post or hearted your post or whatever. I was like, what? So he's up. Like this is like everybody, like I'm normally a night owl, but sometimes my schedule doesn't allow for that. Sometimes I got to wake up in the morning. Sometimes I got to go, work at night. So, but it was just kind of cool to see that almost instant interaction. I think that helps sometimes too, because, I think there are people that they upload at midnight and they're like going to bed because they want to see like, okay, what's my morning going to be like? It's going to be good or bad. And they see how many views or how many comments or whatnot. But I think sometimes if people go to the video, they get the notification, they see it's new, they see some hearts or likes, or the content creators actually posting, then they're more likely to leave an interaction, I think, too. So, I mean, it's all kind of like,
I've
I don't know.
But something kind of similar. Like I used to do a thing where I would put a comment in the video and then just pin it there and be like and respond to this comment, and you'll be blessed with 2 weeks of good luck, like something stupid like that. And the next thing I know, like 12 people respond to me. I'm like, oh, okay, that works.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. It's tricky because you'll see some content creators and stuff. They'll say, let's say they're reviewing a figure or something like that, and it's from a movie, and they're just like, leave in the comments, like, did you watch the movie? What'd you like? Did you see it? And like, what were your favorite parts? And I'm just like, now I'm a little like smarter to it. I'm just like, oh, you want me to leave an interaction so that it gets recommended on YouTube? Like, I'm like, you really aren't going to read my comment about what my favorite part of the movie was. So I'm just like, you sneaky bastards. But it really does drive that traffic, because once they have enough interactions, then it does get recommended, and that is good. So in the long run, it's good, but it is kind of funny that only now noticing that, and I've almost fallen for it every time.
That's kind of funny because I mean, like that gives me an idea. The next one I do, I'll do it on the next video I put out. It's gonna be another G1 Raw episode because I love Source Filmmaker and most people don't. So naturally, I love it more than. But I'm gonna probably just say something along the lines of like this or respond to this video or respond to this comment to help my interaction. Just outright
like just be outright bold about it. That's like the homeless guy, like on the side of the road with the sign that says, "Why lie? I need a beer."
Spare some interaction so I can be featured.
Hey, whatever works, right?
I mean, it's better than some. Like I remember, I usually keep them sarcastic. Like at one point, I was like, respond to this comment and you'll pat yourself on the back or something like that. Like something really stupid. Or respond to this comment and I'll consider it a theoretical high five. Like something really dumb.
Theoretical high five. Like, can you COVID air 5 me? Like, go ahead and leave this comment, but leave it about 6 feet away from my other comment. Oh man. Yeah, see, logo says respond to my comment or commit not living. Craziness. This is fun, man.
Yeah. No, I like the live streams a lot more when there are other people in them. When it's just me in here alone, I get bored and I'm like, oh no, oh god.
See, it's funny because like you do like a lot of the animating, right? And you're doing the live streams with it, and I'm just like, man, that takes a lot of concentration because like you're getting like a couple of scenes in, a couple of seconds of film, and then like interacting with the audience, and it's hard to do as one person, right? But it's also like on my side of it, like I'm usually listening to music that will definitely get me copyright strike like right away. So it's like I would do that. I would do animating live with Crimson Raptors, but it doesn't like it's going to just get me in trouble. Although I did play some music when I was customizing because I definitely needed some music. I couldn't just be in silence and then see the chat and everything. But I was playing music from YouTube, but it was video game music, and it was from like the Lost World game, and nothing happened there because none of that stuff is copyrighted because nobody cares about that music. So it's interesting that like sometimes that like you can find music in a certain genre that works, but then if you like even some of this the royalty free and stuff like that, even some of that, like if you start going through the catalog and like YouTube's library, like even some of that stuff you can't just play on a live stream. Like they'll dock you for it because of whatever licenses for that particular song.
Mm-hmm.
So it sucks you can't just put it on a playlist kind of in a way. But I mean, I guess you could download it, but honestly, if you want random songs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Gaming Rex says I always stream games. Well, right, because if you're playing video games and more, gaming guys,
I mean,
then you'll have your music and your gunfire and your, whatever, right? But so,
like the Gaming Rex is in the name. If you don't stream games, or especially with video games and more added on, what do you do then? What's the more also?
and more.
And more. It's like Bed Bath and Beyond. What's the Beyond?
Oh, that goes through like a string of vertical beads. There's a whole nother store behind there. Primetime Animation says a little out of context. Just a little. But he asked a question earlier. I see. He says, "What's a good subscription count before you can start doing live streams?" You think so? You've got to.
I actually think it's a good subscription count, I would say it's based off interaction more or less. Actually, if you have like a very
Right.
active audience, then obviously do live streams. If you don't have an active audience, like say you have 500 subscribers, but only
Mhm.
like maybe 2 people ever actually log on and comment on your videos, those are probably the only 2 people who are gonna join your live chat as well.
Right. Right. And in that respect of it, like, you know, if you start live streaming, you're gonna probably get an audience that you may not want depending on the time of day that you go. So you may, if you live stream, like let's say for example late at night, you're probably not going to have a very healthy relationship with that audience because there's a lot of people that are out late at night that shouldn't be online. So it kind of depends too, you know, like, I mean, what I always say, like, if you're going to do a live stream, kind of have a good, you know, like, oh hell, Megatron here, like, he's animating stuff. So that's a good topic to kind of, that way it kind of gets you to, you know, want to be able to stream. You got to have like a goal kind of in that. Like my thing, I'll do like an unboxing, you know, or I'll do like I'm doing tomorrow, like I'm doing a review on Earthrise. So, you know, it just depends on kind of like what is your goal to accomplish in that live stream. So, and some people just make live streams just to hang out, and they'll have like 5 people in together, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, live streams are great. If you have an interactive audience, you really find out who actually is interested in the interaction for the most part, because this is a rare instance where people have an opportunity to get like you to like directly respond to them, but also at the same time, they have an opportunity to like literally pick your brain outside of a controlled environment. Like if I could, I mean, not saying I would, but I could like totally slip up and say something just like completely stupid and out of character for me, and like, oh no, that's, now we see how you really are. You're a piece of shit. I deny that I am, but I mean, you could figure that anyway, or you could be totally oblivious to that, and now that whole bubble is shattered at the same time. So it allows you the opportunity to like kind of see like how someone really is. At the same time, you can't have like an on-camera persona on a live stream. You are how you are.
Right. It's good. It would be really tough to, because you can't edit anything out, right, while it's happening. So somebody's going to see the unedited version no matter what. So, and even so, like, you know, I know a lot of people that have a lot of subscribers, a lot of interaction, but they don't want to do a premiere. And, you know, if they do a premiere, that adds a chat window that people can be in there like, oh, cool, this is happening. We're watching the review at the same time. But they don't want something, because it's live, right? Anything could happen. And so they don't want to have somebody put something in there while their review is going for the very first time that causes a negative interaction for somebody else. And yes, they could be there in the chat and hit, you know, remove or mute or timeout or whatever. But, you know, it's kind of like they would rather have it as a comment, because people will watch the content, but then they're not inundated with chats at the same time, even though you can turn that off in a live or a premiere. But it's kind of weird how, like, you know, you have different perspectives on how everybody views the lives, the premieres, and just uploading content right away.
Yeah, I love premieres. Actually, they're interesting. For me, I sit there and I'm like, oh god, I gotta watch my own video. Oh, gross. But then I see what other people are saying. Like, okay, well, at least they're having a good time. There's someone enjoying it. Like, I did the punch counter punch one, and like I remember you mentioned input earlier, which is why that reminded me of this. Like he was there for like, I think he showed up like just at like the end of punch counter punch. He's like, oh shit, I can't believe I missed it. I'm like, dude, you were in it. You were in it. No, but like things like that, I'm like, but he's like, oh, well, based off the end, it looks good. And I'm like, okay, cool. You like the end? That's good. I don't like the end. But so you like the end, so that makes me feel better.
Please be kind and rewind.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, maybe we should start putting that at the end of our videos, right? Like to get the old Blockbuster, please be kind and rewind, because these generations have no idea what it was like to have to rewind a video on a VHS tape.
No, they don't. I've met a kid not recently, but like the last few years, my nephew, he had no idea what a VHS tape even was.
They don't even know what cassettes are. Like, I remember somebody was asking, like, what are those things coming out of Soundwave's chest? And I was like, the tablet. Why does he have in his chest? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know how to explain a cassette to somebody who doesn't know what one is.
Exactly. Like I had to explain a VHS and like, what's a VHS? I'm like, do you know what a DVD is? Yeah. It's like it's what came before that.
Now you got people that are like, what's a DVD? It was like a Blu-ray, but not as good quality.
Like, what's a DVD? You know what you get when you stream on Netflix? Yeah, it's a hard copy. It's one.
And then they're like, what's a hard copy? I'll be like, oh, crap.
Oh, God. Let me guess. You've only read ebooks? Oh, yeah, I have Amazon Kindle. Oh, I hate you so much.
It'd be like VHS, Video Home System, DVD, Digital Video Disc.
I mean, I still have a functioning VHS player that's one of those ones where it's like a VHS DVD that you can like burn your VHS tapes onto DVD that still functions. Like that's how old school I've got. I don't have a VHS tape player anymore like that. Just VHS tape.
My parents have that, and the VHS player went out on it. And so I do have 2 VHS players still. Mm-hmm. One of them actually has hi-fi. Nobody remembers that, but it actually has hi-fi, which was kind of cool because like that was kind of a rare thing. And then I also have a TV that's a TV VCR combo, and it's all 3 of them still work because you got to. I mean, they worked the last time I used them. Let me say that. So years ago when I used them last, they worked. But it's kind of creepy because it's like, what is these things are so heavy to move around. Like the TV VCR combo is like the TV is like a 25-inch, so it works really good if you're wanting to play like like old Super Nintendo games and stuff like that. But now we have the retros, we have emulators, we don't even need to do that anymore.
Yeah.
So it's kind of strange how all that stuff goes.
The TV VCR combo, I am all too familiar with that one. I at one point in my life may have had a TV VCR combo, and I may or may not have had a certain family member, perhaps my dad, perhaps not, who may have gotten very into a sports game at some point during it, and may or may not have thrown the fucking. I don't remember what we had a remote for, but there was a remote, and it didn't go to the TV, but he had a remote, and he may or may not have thrown it at said TV.
Yeah,
said TV may or may not have gone to the local landfill not long after.
Yeah, there's a the TV that I have. I think, oh man, I want to say it was at a Best Buy. I think we bought it at Best Buy, and it's a Quasar TV, so it's white, like it's all white, which is really weird. So, but it's just the strangest like combination of technology, and it's got 2 handles on the back that like, well, I wouldn't say handles, but like slots where you put your hands into and lift it, so that way the tube, the heaviest part is that front tube, right? And so it's leaning on your chest while you're holding your hands through the handles, and like so that way it doesn't like go forward or something like that. But it's just it's crazy that it still works and everything like that. Like, but the problem is just like I have VHSs, but I really like there's no reason to watch them, because the whole thing was I was going to start getting them onto like my computer and everything. But when am I ever going to have time for that? So I'm like, screw it.
Yeah, primetime animation brought up a valid point here. He's like, I feel like we're an interesting generation that saw the end of a lot of technology and the start of a lot more technology. It's absolutely true. I mean, like you and I were talking, like we saw VHS, we saw it now, and we've seen blue or DVDs. We're now watching DVDs, and we saw Hollywood and Blockbuster Video go out of business.
Poor Blockbuster Video. They tried though.
I loved Blockbuster so much too. Like going to Blockbuster was so amazing. I never got to see so many movies in one place ever.
I think what was so cool about it, is that when Redbox came out, like, okay, so Netflix was coming out with like their rental system, right? So Netflix was hurting Blockbuster. So Blockbuster decided to do like the same thing. But the problem with their system was when you got a DVD from Netflix, you actually, when you put it in the mail and and Netflix got the confirmation that it was shipped, like the little barcode thing, they immediately were sending out your next disc. For Blockbuster, they waited until they actually got your disc, processed it, then they sent you out your video, right? So it was slower than Netflix, even though you could take it to the store. But then it was just like, okay, well, why am I taking it to the store if I have this online shipping thing? So it was kind of like all backwards. And then Redbox came in, and then Netflix is like, we're not going to do the DVDs anymore. and then Redbox is just like, well, we're going to be at every Walgreens because there's millions of Walgreens out everywhere at the corner of every happy and healthy person. And so then like Blockbuster's like, well, we're going to be in a couple of gas stations. Yeah, that's not going to work. They tried to make their little Redbox like thing. It just didn't work. I don't know who they could have. What else they could have done? Redbox really had like gotten into Walmart eventually, and like they're everywhere now. Like, and I still see people lined up at them, which is kind of, it's kind of mind-boggling to me thinking that people are still lining up at them. But I didn't know that they also have video games in Redbox, and that kind of makes a lot more sense that people were going there for the discs and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like you can't. I mean, like I know people are getting more into like digital copies of video games too, which also, by the way, now we've watched several video game consoles come and go, and now we're watching the end of hard copy games because now it's all digital.
Right.
Easy.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how secure that future is away from hard copy, because once it goes digital, I was like, okay, if it's digital, then why am I spending 13 hours to update a game that I just bought? So it's like, if it's digital, you should have just let only one version, which would be the correct version, to have released.
Exactly. There's just so much stuff that's like changed drastically. I'm like, can we just go back just a little bit? Just a little bit. Let's go back in the past a little bit. I'm not ready for the future yet. Drones that deliver packages. I'm not ready for that yet. I'm going to get my shotgun and blast out the sky.
Well, what's funny about like stuff like that, like, there's record players, right? Like, I mean, we're talking like old vinyl records, like before our time. And you can play those on these new, like they include the radio is on them. They include an MP3. They can play CDs, and it's just like, so they're kind of bringing back that way to play this old hard copy technology so that you can still buy the stuff. Because like, I think, what was it, like even like record artists and stuff, or music artists and stuff, like they will actually do a limited run pressing like on vinyl, which is like crazy. But they do it because that's what they grew up with, like learning about those people back in the day, like, oh, you're gonna go platinum, you're gonna go gold, so they want to have that vinyl. But it's just crazy that that's what precipitated people to come back to those.
Yeah, no, I mean, like Hunter has one of those. He's got the vinyl record player. That's how I have all the G1 music, because he got the G1 vinyl that came out. And apparently the record player can also like just rip music from the vinyl. Like you can just download it directly from the vinyl. I'm like, how is this possible? what witchcraft did you have to? How many goats did you have to sacrifice to make this happen?
What sorcery be this?
Exactly. Like
Yeah,
this shouldn't happen. How are you downloading a vinyl?
yeah. My girl, like, she likes a lot of. She's a real huge like music buff, and so she has a lot of old records and stuff, and even her dad does too because he collects a lot of vinyl. And they don't like. I mean, we're talking about songs that you can't find them on YouTube. You're not going to find them on Spotify, nowhere. And were only released like, you remember, like, people used to have like demo tapes or stuff like that, or they would have like a single, like they would just have one like CD disc that had one song on it, and you would buy that single. So
Yeah.
that's kind of how some of those were, and records too, because that's where that developed, right? And there's songs on there that nobody would ever hear, or if they heard it, it wasn't that particular rendition because it was changed to like a different version, depending on whatever record companies wanted to change for sales, right? And it's so when she's recording them, like, because some of them, they'll have the scratch noise, right?
Yeah.
And it's awesome because it's just like, well, first of all, it's super analog sounding because it's got those scratches in it.
Yeah.
But it's funny because, like, well, for one thing, nobody's ever going to hear this, and then it's also like when you hear those scratches, it reminds her of like when her dad would like play them when she was like really young and stuff like that. So it's kind of strange how all those sounds, all that kind of comes all the way back around, and she's still able to play those and record them so that she can listen to them when she's got her iPod and stuff.
I mean, I I need to get me a vinyl record player.
It is pretty neat. I
have
mean, they're super
somewhere
cheap.
around here. Like I got a couple stored around here. Like the original Star Wars: A New Hope vinyl. I have that somewhere around here. That I was just thinking about as you were talking about, like the scratches and the aesthetic of it.
Mhm.
I'm like, wow. I would really enjoy listening to that. I haven't been able to listen to that since, well, the record player blew out and went to the local landfill. Everything I owned at some point in my life ended up at the local landfill, it seemed.
So I've never, like, not until like maybe more recently, like I would say maybe like the past 7 or 8 years. Like, I mean, I would know bands from time to time, but like I was just like, hey, I just want to listen to music. It's good, it's great. If it's not, I'm going to change the radio station or whatever, right? But only like not until recently have I really kind of got, oh, cool. Like, I like to listen to Tool. I like to listen to this band or that band. And I really don't, like, myself, like, I'm into all kinds of music with the exception of like rap and country. And I can't really stand either one because they're very much like, to me, from my point of view, it's nothing but talking with like a beat in the back. And so
Yeah,
like rap is more like it's just a single beat. And then like for country, it's just like a guitar that does the same sound over and over. So it's kind of like those are kind of on the similar thing, but I'll listen to rock. I'll listen to like the 86 Transformers movie theme all the time, like the soundtrack all the time. I'll listen to like, classical, I'll listen to pop, like all kinds of stuff like that. I'll listen to anime openings and closings. So it's like there's no discrimination on that side of it. But yeah, like, so like records and things like that, I didn't have much of a memory for that. And so but my girl does. And so it is kind of funny, like, to have that, to listen to those and hear that scratchiness. It's pretty neat because it's like that's physical, that's physical media right there for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, it's 1:35 in the morning for me. I'm gonna be awake again in about a couple hours probably because I always wake up about 3 or 4 in the morning no matter what. I'm gonna go
Yeah,
try
I
to
gotta
get
get to bed
3 hours of sleep or so.
Well, you should have told me if you wanted to. We would have stopped. It'd been okay.
I didn't look at the time.
Oh, oops, sorry.
Also, I've been drinking. I've been drinking energy drinks all day, so now I'm like wired, and I'm sitting like, oh god, no! I just need to force. I need to make it happen.
All right. Well, I appreciate you having me on, man. This was awesome. It was cool. I mean, there's still people in the chat, still chatting it up. That's cool.
Oh yeah, if you wanna plug your channel before I abruptly shut it off. I like to
Oh
abruptly
yeah.
shut it off mid sentence just to make people like, hey, by the way, I got this big thing going on. And
Well, you can find me on YouTube. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Twitter at Crimson, like the dark red color, Raptors, Raptors. I'm actually having a live stream. I don't know, in like, is it 12 hours? I think it's 12 hours. I'll have a live stream on Transformers Earthrise review. It's on my channel. You figure out, set a reminder, whatever you want to do. But I do stop motion animations. Not as good as All Hail Megatron 1K, for sure. But like I'm getting there.
don't
I'm learning.
that like that. It'll be all right.
Okay, it's
It'll be
almost
all
as
right.
good as. But then unboxings and stuff like that too. And I haven't really posted anything on Instagram. I think I've become creatively bankrupt on Instagram. But on Twitter, I post nothing. But every time I post something on Twitter, it somehow gets a tremendous amount of traffic. I don't know why, but it's kind of a cesspool of people on Twitter. But I have that too. So
Well, that's vastly superior to me on Twitter.
it's crazy. I don't understand it. I don't know how everyone has such a bad experience. Like they either have a bad experience with Instagram or Twitter. Rarely do people have a bad experience with both. But Instagram, like it's kind of like this is kind of like a close group of friends. But then on Twitter, it's like it's also a group of friends, but it's also like people that have known me for like forever, and somehow like gets like super popular. I don't know. It's really strange. I think they do a lot of retweeting and everything. I think that helps.
Well, I was gonna say it's also vastly superior because I don't have Twitter. So you're doing much better than me there.
Aw.
1,000% better.
Well, I don't like Facebook because I believe Facebook is evil. So I've never heard
I'm not
anything
in
come good of
disagreement there.
Facebook. So
I'm not in disagreement there. I have to keep Facebook for work now.
Instagram is about as close as I'll get to Facebook because it's owned by Facebook. So
Yeah.
technically I have one, but it's Instagram.
I use Instagram for the YouTube channel. I don't have an Instagram in my name. It doesn't even have my name attached to it whatsoever. So, but Facebook
Yep.
I had to make because I had to sign into the work Facebook page as an admin. I was like, oh no, I wanted to delete this. I had deactivated my Facebook, and I was like, oh no. Now I got to A, remember my password, B, reactivate my account, and C, sign in as an admin and commit to Facebook. Ugh. I hate it.
You know, Facebook is evil. We all got to get off of it.
I just don't like how people get so wrapped up into it and they sit there and like, oh, did you like my post? Did you see my post? I didn't go on Facebook.
Well,
They're like, did you
right.
see the message? I didn't go on Facebook.
Well, I'll say that's kind of the problem with Facebook, right? Where like real quick, like it's that it's breeding negativity, and it just people keep recycling negativity over and over and over again on Facebook, and it's just like stop. Like we've seen that meme like for 6 years now. We don't need to see that same. That doesn't even apply anymore.
The only thing good about Facebook now is seeing the war of Godzilla versus Kong. All the fans being like, no, Team Kong or Team Godzilla, Lizard Boy versus Mega Harambe.
Mega Harambe. Man, that's old school. I remember Harambe.
Maybe that's just me calling it that one, but I don't know.
I'll say that Mechagodzilla, that reminded me more of Ready Player One's Mechagodzilla than any other like design they decided to make aesthetic. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what that Mechagodzilla was.
I think I honestly would have preferred like the Ready Player one because like this one was like a little snub nosed Mecha Godzilla, and I was like, oh, his face is a little short.
You know what it reminded? It reminds me of the Hydrobots, which are like, they're just water snakes or whatever that Skynet was using in Terminator Salvation. That's kind of what they look like to me, because they actually have the same tail, because it's got a spiky tail at the end. Dude, did they just take? I wonder if they took the Terminator Salvation. I wonder if somebody worked on that Hydrobot and they said, "Hey, I can make a Mechagodzilla. Let me add some arms and legs around this Hydrobot 3D model I've had for years and years and years." Crazy.
Maybe it's because I was basically kind of looking at my dog. I think that's what it is. Because it's like it's looking at like a little snub nose, like short face, and like, no, that it should be longer. That's Godzilla has a longer face than this. Why would Mecha Godzilla have like a weird face?
Yeah, I wasn't getting why like everything had to light up in LEDs on Mechagodzilla. Like, just because it was cool.
Yeah.
Like, how is that an engineering feature?
The engineering feature is they put LEDs there, said it looked cool, and then went engineering.
It is good though. Every Mechagodzilla is pretty different, so you got plenty of variety out there.
They're all plenty of different. This one was just plenty of different wrong.
Yeah, I will say I think that people, some of the fan-made stop motions for Godzilla vs. Kong, I think some of them were better. Like the way that they had like the little what was it, the crystal axe for Kong. Like, I like the idea that Kong broke a plate off Godzilla and made his own axe out of a tree or something. Than what we got. Like, I was just like, why didn't they see that? Like, that looks like a Godzilla plate. Like, that's even the toy. It doesn't quite look like it looks like they broke it off of Godzilla. So I was just like, I kind of like that idea that Kong could do something like that, because he should be able to. He's strong.
Well, I mean, at the same time, it's just like, okay. Well, I mean, I guess the point was that, I guess their species had been fighting for a long ass time, and this had happened at some point where a spike was ripped off a Godzilla.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, they kept them.
I did think it's interesting, and I admit I was Team Lizard on this one. I mean, I grew up with Godzilla, so naturally I was going to have a very biased opinion on this one.
Well, that was kind of like the dichotomy back then. Like, 1954, you had Godzilla, King Kong was on top as the big monster, right? Mm-hmm. And so when they did the 1962, when they did that battle between King Kong versus Godzilla, King Kong was the headliner. Godzilla was like the underdog in a way. Yeah. But Godzilla was going to win because he blows flames out of his mouth, But Kong could win too because he's smart, he's ingenuity, like he's got all that going for him. Now it's been decades later, and the popularity of Kong has gone down, and now it's Godzilla versus Kong because Godzilla is the headliner, and Kong's now the underdog. So it's kind of strange that that's happened in just 50, 60 years. Yeah, about 60 years.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the way they ended the movie, it's so crafty and it was so smart on their part. There's no clear and decisive winner, because you can take so many actions and pull your own meaning from each action to make it so that, like, no matter what, you think your guy won, but just to make sure, you got to go watch the movie again.
Right. I mean, I would say between just Godzilla versus Kong lost. But the thing is that Godzilla is extremely powerful. He's very OP. If he didn't have the flame breath, it's debatable, right? Mm-hmm. But because he has the flame breath, and it's pretty much like a laser, which I don't quite agree with. I like more the heat ray kind of aspect of the 90s that they had for Godzilla. But in this instance, it's like Kong never really had a home on Skull Island, right? And it was just kind of like a holding place, and then he finally gets a home, right? And he's got a dominion like way larger than he's ever had before, and so he really does have his home. And Godzilla's never gone down there from what we've seen, not our Godzilla anyway, not the recent Godzilla. But
then again,
other than the hole in Hong Kong.
King of the monsters that maybe he has, like, they were just hanging out in like two different spots, because Godzilla had the one that they kind of blew up.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
Connor and my brother and I were talking about this a lot too. He's like, "Well, why isn't Godzilla down there? Why wouldn't he be king down there?" And I'm like, "Well, maybe he was in the other spot. Like this is this spot, and then there's the other spot that has way more lava. Like Godzilla had his throne, they blew it up."
right? So I don't know. And then I don't understand the bat thing. Like I'm like, I don't know if are they lizard things. Like I don't know if mammals are, because I think there's a thing like mammals don't normally eat lizards because of the diseases and stuff that lizards carry. So it is kind of weird to see like, well, I guess it could eat a lizard bat. I don't know how that works because bats are mammals, but not a lizard bat. So they're
Yeah.
giant monsters. They probably got a really tough immune system.
I mean, I thought that the whole thing was just, it was just kind of funny how everything played out in that movie. And I just said, I left that theater thinking like, oh shit. I mean, like those crafty sumbitches. Now they literally make it so now everyone to enjoy the movie and like make sure like their guy won. You got to go back and watch the movie again.
Yeah, and that's kind of like I like the fact that they had a lot of screen time for the monsters, and they weren't like they weren't just focusing on one or the other. And but that aircraft battle, that trailer, everything about that was super awesome. I'm just like, there's so many ideas. I'm just like, man, like they did such a good job. Like, and what's crazy, I didn't find this out until afterwards, but we were watching it, and like the visuals are so good on Godzilla versus Kong, but it has the least budget out of all three of the movies. And I was like, how is that possible? It's like, oh yeah, they didn't pay a bunch of actors to talk around at the camera, so they saved a bunch of money.
They're like, hey, we saved a bunch of money. Let's not put it into the VFX budget at all. Let's just save the money.
Yep. And Primetime's animation, he says, I was slightly disappointed in the team up at the end. Godzilla pretty much just charged up the axe and was like, I'm out. And Kong was one-handed Mechagodzilla at the end. Well, the thing is, that's the other thing too, is like if it had been like a plate off of Godzilla and like a tree or something like that, really large redwood, then that probably would have had more significance. But because it was like this weird crystalline axe thing, power weapon or whatever, like that was the only thing that would work to cut. Like it's got to be a diamond axe, I think. It's got to be, because that's the only thing that could cut metal like that, right? So I guess the diamond axe works in that context, but I kind of think if it was just Godzilla's plate, it would be like a shield and then a weapon at the same time. I really love how they did both of those.
At the same time though, it did feel like it was kind of like underwhelming. Like, hey, by the way, Mechagodzilla is supposed to be tough, but Godzilla just beat the shit out of Kong. Like, I'm not gonna say he made it look easy, but round 3 of their fight, he kind of made it look pretty easy for him.
Right.
And it's like, so he just did that with what looked like relative ease, and now he's gonna go lose to this guy, but Kong's gonna beat this guy, but he couldn't beat Godzilla. So
we'll see. And I think what they were saying, what they were trying to promote in the movie with Mechagodzilla is that Mechagodzilla was built to destroy Godzilla, not Kong. And so Kong was the only one that could really defeat Mechagodzilla because he wasn't built as his antithesis. So Godzilla needed help.
I mean, there's definitely some merit to that. I'll work with that.
It was an ancient Godzilla plate. I don't know, it shines like a diamond. I don't know how because the Godzilla plate, like you see on Godzilla and stuff, like it looks like it should be, but I don't know. But we'll probably have to read a novelization to get the real truth, right? Because the hilt that it was on was like a red, kind of almost like a ruby kind of look to it, like probably from the ruby crystal mines of Burma. Megatron got his energon. I don't know how you get energon from a ruby, but whatever.
I'll add one more thing before I hit the hay here. One thing I was a big fan of from the movie was the fact that Godzilla couldn't have his little Atlantis throne, where I guess they may have like worshipped him as a god or whatnot. So I like how he basically like, nah, if I can't have mine, you can't have yours, and he just basically shoots a laser down and breaks Kong's throne.
Right?
It's like the ultimate tantrum of like, if I could have it, no one can.
I'm like Godzilla is just like I'm gonna destroy your Lego throne, and be like, Kong's like, man, I gotta put all that back together, Godzilla, come on.
And I was like, no, if I can't have my throne, you can't have yours. Fight me, bitch.
Oh. Anyway, but yeah,
All that
good movie. Man, we could talk about that for like 3 more hours, but we all gotta get to bed.
Then that'll be the next live stream. Godzilla versus Kong, the sequel.